So let's jump into that first, shall we? See what they've actually got on the show for us tonight. So we've got Undisputed WWE Champion Cody Rhodes. He's going to be kicking off the show. Obviously, last week ended with him being forced to watch as the Bloodline brutally attacked Randy Orton. So we've got that lined up to start the show. We know the match has been made. They've announced it during the week that we're going to be getting Cody versus Solo at SummerSlam, so we know that we've got that. So I'm guessing he's just gonna, have a passionate promo, just, I don't know, the build for this just isn't as good as WrestleMania. I mean, it's just nowhere near. I was hoping for a little bit more, but last week was good. And, who knows what we get this week. But Cody opening the show. Then we've got Logan and LA Knight. They're going to do their SummerSlam contract sign-in, so a contract sign-in. I think we know what to expect there. Someone's probably going through the table. Okay. Then we've got Andrade against Carmelo. That should bang. That should be really good. That's a match I'm looking forward to. Michin against Tiffany. That'll be fine. I like both of them. It'll be okay. I think the thing with SmackDown at the moment is it doesn't feel like it's as essential as Raw. I sort of feel like Raw is the show to be watching, and I feel like this is, it's a little bit behind. I think that this could definitely do with some stronger mid-card stories. It kind of feels like the Liv, Dom, Rhea story has been amazing over on Raw, and I don't know that we've really got anything to match that. I mean, we've got, what's the equivalent? Bayley, Tiffany, Nia Jax. I mean, it's just not the same, is it really? And then, you've got the whole Damian situation and Gunther. You've got CM Punk and Drew with Seth kind of sniffing around. Like, there's quite a bit going on. I know it's a 3-hour show, but there's still quite a bit that's going on. Whereas over here, just doesn't feel like we've got as much stuff kind of happening. I wonder if, and, I could be wrong, but I wonder if part of it is because they just don't need to kind of go big with SmackDown, because in how many months? Few months, we'll be leaving Fox. So we'll be coming off Fox, won't we? So I wonder if they're just sort of a bit more focused on Raw, and a bit more because they want Raw obviously to be good, and they want to keep USA happy. So you could sort of understand that they're putting a bit more attention over there, because Raw is going to Netflix. Raw needs to be built up, right? It needs to be strong. They want to make sure that when that show moves, people are buzzing about Raw, right? They want Raw to be seen, dare I say, as the A show. So I think at the moment, it definitely feels like Raw is the brand. And so it's ready to move when it moves over to Netflix. But not only that, you're building up your relationship with USA Network. You're showing them that you're taking it serious, that, you obviously are going to be with them because SmackDown's going to move over. SmackDown, you still need to make sure the show is strong, and you can't say that they're not trying. It's just, I think definitely it feels like Raw is the better of the two shows. I feel like that's pretty unanimous across the board. So I'm excited for tonight, but I'm always honest. This isn't a show that I think we're going to lose our minds over. I think it's going to be solid. I think it's going to be another step on the road towards SummerSlam. I think the SummerSlam card looks pretty good. SummerSlam's not that far away now. It's only a couple of weeks away. So, yeah, I just wish we were cooking a bit more, to be honest. I just wish that we had a few more kind of mid-card stories bubbling away on SmackDown. I feel like that's what's missing. But really, should be fine. Should be fine. As we said, for me, this is probably the second best brand at the moment. I think it just pips NXT. For many people, they'll have NXT above SmackDown. But for me, I think this just pips NXT at the moment. But, yeah, we'll see what they've got for us. We'll see what they've got. Let's get stuck into a few thoughts and questions and theories and all of that stuff, shall we? So Galaxy Wolf says, do we think that Tiffany is going to turn on Nia? Eventually, I would imagine so. I think they'll keep that relationship quite strong, though. I don't think she'll turn on her at SummerSlam. I think that Bayley will beat Nia, and then I think there's a chance Tiffany may cash in, but she might not cash in at SummerSlam. I think there's value in having Nia and Tiffany together. I think the reason for that is because Nia is a monster, and it's cool to see her coming down, but it would be even cooler to have someone with her that was kind of bigging her up. You know, someone like Tiffany that could like run her mouth, and then if it gets a little bit hot, she can kind of back away, and there's Nia, like, do you know what I mean? Yeah, try me now kind of a situation. So I think there's value in keeping them together. And also, you know, Tiffany, she probably could use that experienced head, that mentor that has been on the main roster, that has traveled. I mean, there's so much to coming up to the main roster that I think a lot of wrestling fans don't take into consideration. It's not just about being like in front of more people. You've got the whole traveling aspect. So, you know, what do you put in your bag? What do you travel with? What do you need to take? What are the little tips and tricks and checking into hotels? When do you rent a car? Where do you pick up that car? Where do you drop it off? Like, how does the schedule work? What is life on the road actually like? I don't know that they prepare them for that at NXT. I don't know that you can prepare them for that at NXT. It's one of those things that you're not going to really find it out until you're doing it. And I've said before, a lot of people have always said, like, why is it that we don't go quicker when we call people up to the main roster? And for me, it's because there's so much change. They're going through so much change. All of a sudden now they're on a TV show that's like 3 times bigger than NXT. They're traveling around the world, let alone the United States. They're traveling around the world. I mean, they've been to Europe, they've been to Australia and all that kind of stuff. You're having to deal with like flights and rental cars and hotels. And if you're in NXT, you've got an apartment, you've got a place that you live that you just go back to every night. You don't have to worry about flights and rental cars and all this kind of stuff. Like, none of that exists. So it's, I mean, like, maybe a little bit if you're going away, obviously with the takeover, big show, but 99% of the time it doesn't exist. So there's a lot of adjusting. So you could understand putting Nia with Tiffany and how that could be beneficial for Tiffany. And then equally, Nia having someone that's kind of like building her up, someone that's bigging her up, someone that's making her out to be the monster that she is. That could be good for Nia's character. So I don't know that you want to throw that away at SummerSlam, to be honest. I personally would keep them together for a bit. I would keep them together for the rest of the year, at least. So even if I think Tiffany cashes in, I would still have Nia around. So I wouldn't look to upset Nia if I was Tiffany. I wouldn't cash in on Nia. If I was going to do that, I wouldn't do it until later in the year / next year. I think there's probably a chance Bayley wins against Nia, and then we could have Tiffany cash in. And, you know, Tiffany as champion with Nia as her bodyguards, that's quite interesting. It's a little bit Shawn Michaels Diesel from back in the day. That's kind of interesting. So yeah, I think there's lots of directions this can go. I think it would be a shame to break those two up. I think they work quite well together, and I don't even think we've scratched the surface with kind of what we could do with them. But so no, I'm going to say that there isn't like a turn. I'm hoping it's going to last longer. Amethyst said, news on Roman, ? Only that he's back training and we're expecting him to be back at SummerSlam. I mean, I feel like we've expected that for a long time. There was a few thoughts he might be back before SummerSlam so that he could have a match at SummerSlam. But it looks like he's going to be back at SummerSlam. So, yeah, a couple of weeks. We should see the Tribal Chief return. And there's footage of him in the gym working out. And, yeah, it'll be good. Good to get him back. What do we think of the Wyatt 6 tweet, said Alex? I'm going to put it in Unseen. So for those that haven't seen Unseen or haven't checked out Unseen, it's our kind of daily video where I'm trying to make them 20 minutes long now rather than half an hour. I'm really trying, and it will mean leaving some stuff out, right? Which would have made it otherwise. So I am being a little more selective now. The reason for that is because the analytics tell me that on average people tend to watch Unseen for about 13-14 minutes. So if I'm doing like a half-hour video, that means that half of it on average is not getting watched. So that's probably about what I would expect, to be honest. I probably would expect people to... I mean, YouTube is largely short form. It's largely that kind of 8-10 minute mark, isn't it? If you think about like the average video length, it's around that 8-10 minute mark. So doing half-hour long videos every day is, you know, probably no surprise. The average is around 13-14. So it makes sense to drop it down to 20 so that those people that do watch for 13-14 might be convinced to just stick around those final few minutes and catch all of it. So I am trying to take it down. I think it'll be easier to fit into people's lunch breaks and, you know, kind of fit it in as and when, if I can make it, if I can get it down. I think we all know that I always try for these things and never succeed. So there's every chance that they'll still clock in at half an hour. But I'm really looking at that now. But I have got that in the folder ready for Unseen. And there's not really much to make of it. I mean, I suppose I'm surprised that it isn't like Gacy or Dexter or Rowan. It's an image of what went down on Monday. And I don't know. It's difficult, isn't it? I mean, what are they trying to say with that? It doesn't seem to be kind of setting up for another interview, because who would they be interviewing? Like, it's Chad berating Bo, and Bo kind of slumped in the corner. I don't think we're going to do another Bo interview. So I feel like it's an interesting one. It's an unexpected one, and it's one that we may get a little bit more. I mean, if you think about it, they've dropped it on Friday, so this one might not actually relate to last Monday. It might just relate back to Monday, and it might be nothing more than that. That's kind of how I'm taking it, is that it's just a little thing related to last Monday. I think the tweet that's going to connect to the next interview, that'll likely drop Saturday or Sunday. So that's kind of how I've took it. I don't think there's anything more to it than that. But yeah, it's always good to hear from them, of course. And as we said, we've got that lined up for Unseen. Kim's Trains said, at SummerSlam, I predict that Drew will beat Seth, but he will get some unexpected help. The lights will go out and Cena will appear. One FU later, Drew on Rollins. 1, 2, 3, new champion. James said, he's literally telling you what's on the show. Yes, we've just gone through that. Russell Andy said, what moment in history would have loved a reaction video before you streamed? The end of the street would have been great. The end of the street would have been great, yeah. I mean, I've said this on the members streams. I'm having so much fun at the moment because a big thank you to everyone that has donated to the channel, because I always say that money goes back into the channel, and I think I've shown that with going out and buying this mini PC that I showed a few weeks ago. So I bought this mini PC thing. It's only about this big. It's really small. And it was about £400, and then about £100 for the screen, and probably another £100 for cables and keyboard and speakers and, you know, all that stuff, miscellaneous stuff. But what this allows me to do now, which I've never been able to do before, is actually capture the show. Like, I can record the show on that PC whilst I'm streaming on this PC. The reason I've not been able to do it before is because my Wi-Fi is rubbish. It's awful. I can't stream out and stream in on the same connection. My Wi-Fi is just not strong enough. I live in the countryside, so I'm a slave to like 5G phone networks. So that's kind of where I have to stream. So what this allows me to do is it means I can have this computer on a different Wi-Fi and this computer on a different Wi-Fi, and that's how I get around it. So what it means now is I can start putting stuff up on the TikTok account, the Instagram, Twitter, start going back, getting some of those old reactions. To be honest, I could have done that anyway, thinking about it, because I could have, I mean, it's old, isn't it? So I could have just recorded the footage on this computer, then recorded my reaction separately and put them together. And, you know, it's one of those things. We're doing it now. And I'm loving it. It's so much fun going back, going, oh, what should we have a look at? What moment should we have a look at? And just kind of pulling them out from streams. So we did one that was The Fiend attacking Finn Balor. That was brilliant. That was so much fun to go back to that. And then today, I'll tell you a story. Today, I went back to Becky announcing she was pregnant. And I was like, oh, this will be good. And when I looked at it, I was like, oh, it sucks, actually. It wasn't very good. I am always, like, honest with my reactions. And when I went back to that moment, my reaction to it was, like, concern. You would think when she announced she was pregnant, I would have been like, oh my God, this is amazing. Unfortunately, on that day, the news had sort of already leaked. So there was a bit of a, is she going to announce it? Isn't she going to announce it? And so we were more concerned about, is she retiring? Is she pregnant? Is she ill? Like, the rumors was that she was pregnant, she was going away. So, and she started getting upset and all of this, and I was watching it, and I was like, this isn't the reaction that I would really want it to have been, really. I was hoping, because I couldn't remember how I reacted, I was hoping she would have said I was pregnant and that we would have been really happy for her. That's what you would expect. But instead, I was all like, oh, God, thank God for that. She's all right. She's pregnant. I think that means she'll be back. It's not the kind of reaction that I was like, no, and I was a bit disappointed. So I was like, well, I can't really put that up now. Can't really go for that one. And so I was like, oh, I know a good one. We'll go with Edge. Edge returning at the Royal Rumble. So we went with that instead. So we put that one up. It's one of my favorites. It's, yeah, I love that one. So we put that one up today. Obviously, tomorrow we'll probably have some from tonight's SmackDown stream. But I'll try and get something else up on Sunday. I mean, I'm having so much fun going back in and finding them. So I do love that question, Wrestle with Andy. If you could get like a reaction clip from the history of like wrestling, what would it be? And I think you sort of answered it, unfortunately. It would probably be the end of the Undertaker streak. I think it is, for me, the most shocking moment. Outside of course, you know, the tragic death of Owen and, you know, when news comes through about Bray passing away or, you know, Eddie passing away or any of that stuff. Outside of tragedies, I think Undertaker's streak ending is probably the most shocking thing. And it's so weird. I've said it before, but if you weren't watching wrestling like at that time over 10 years ago, we didn't go into that match thinking Undertaker was going to lose. We just didn't, which is really weird because you would think that it's Brock and you would think, oh, Brock's got a good chance. But actually, Brock had lost a couple of matches since he'd come back. And the way they were booking him was that he was a big name, but he was beatable. And this is why I think him ending the streak, for me personally, was... I didn't like it at the time, but it really grew on me because we had 10 years of Brock after. It's not like he left after a year. We got 10 years of Brock Lesnar after that. Big as well. Main event in WrestleMania, like, and he became more of the beast after that, to be honest. When he first came back, he was kind of in the mix and he was winning and losing. And, you know, he was one of the guys, really. I would say after that he ended the streak, he felt like he went a different level, a whole different level. And for me, that's why, in reflection, I don't mind it so much. Obviously, with what's going on right now, that might change my mind because, you know, if he gets cancelled, that will be a real downer, you know, to look back and go, oh, it was Brock. That's a shame, you know, if he gets cancelled. But I don't know. I don't know what's going to happen with that case, that legal case. But yeah, that to me is one of the most shocking moments. And I was watching it in a pub, WrestleMania 30. And I mean, it's just, you could have dropped a pin in that pub and it would have, like, everyone would have heard it. It was just stone silence. It was just open-mouthed shock. So it wouldn't be, I mean, it wouldn't be a screaming the place down reaction. That's not how I reacted. It was just like stunned, mouth open, can't find the words. And then I think very quickly after, I do remember going, is someone going to come down? Is someone going to change this? Is someone going to change this? They're not going to go. That's not it. That's not it. I remember like being like just in denial. I think I went through the 7 stages of grief. And I definitely went through denial when it came to the end of Brock's thing. So a lot of people would say it should never have ended. I disagree with that. I think that in wrestling, records are there to be broken. Streaks are there to be ended. I think that those things are there for a reason. And it is so that you ultimately can put someone else over. It's like you would never want to have a world title reign. Like Roman's title reign was amazing, but it would have been rubbish if he just forfeited the title and left, you know? And then we just did a tournament to crown the new champ. Like, nah. Like for me, a title reign needs to be ended. Someone has to get the win. And the same with the streak. You've built up the Undertaker. Well, eventually we're going to pass that to somebody, and we passed it to Brock. I think it needed to be someone that could carry the weight as well. And I definitely would have listened to the theory or the idea of waiting a year and going with Bray. The only reason why I think Bray would not have been the right move is because if you're going to go with Bray, you'd have to go in with Bray. He would have to be the new face of fear. He would have to be the new Undertaker. He would have to be the new guy. And I just don't think Vince wanted to do that. I don't think Vince wanted Bray to be at that Undertaker level. I think that because if he did, he could have done a hell of a lot more to have got him there. Hell of a lot more. So I think that there's no point Bray beating the Undertaker streak if you're not gonna back Bray, if you're not going to get behind him. And I just don't think Vince was going to do that. And I don't think he did, really. He had him around, and, you know, it's only because of Bray that Bray created the Funhouse and the Fiend. I mean, that was not a Vince creation. But even then, Vince wanted to put his hands on it, didn't he? And had him lose at Hell in a Cell, had him lose against Goldberg, and just, I don't know, it was just all, it just wasn't like, you know, it was amazing at times, but also even Bray would tell you that some of that stuff went in a direction he didn't want it to go. And I don't know why Vince didn't want him to be the next guy. Bray would have made the most sense to have beat the Undertaker streak. I'm totally on board with it. But the only thing is, if you were going to do it, you'd have to get behind him. You'd have to back him. You'd have to push him to the moon. And I just don't think Vince ever had plans to do that. So that's where, like, you look at Brock and you go, well, at least Brock benefited. At least Brock went on to, you know, main event WrestleManias and everything. So, yeah, but that's a whole different conversation for a whole different time. Connor said, my title prediction for SummerSlam, Nia Jax to win against Bayley, Sami Zayn to retain against Braun, Cody to win against Solo, and Gunther to beat Damian, Liv to win against Rhea. Days, did you see Seth Rollins becoming special guest ref? I have heard that, yes. That's good. I'd take that over Triple Threat. Ace5461, did you hear about Seth Rollins? I did. Alex Bliss Gamer said Bray should have beaten the streak. Taker didn't want to give the streak to Brock, said Christopher. Yeah, that's true. Taker wanted Roman to take the streak. Did you... Oh, I read that one. But Undertaker was concussed during Brock Taker. He was. I'm telling you what happened with the streak. Yeah, Taker didn't want to give it to Brock. I know. But Steven said, good evening. What a hot day, 31 in Brandon. SmackDown looks good tonight. Today, I watched SummerSlam 97 Ground Zero and Bad Bloods. I do miss Max Mini. Do you think Alexa return will look like at SummerSlam, says Alex. We did a whole video on that on the second channel. So, second channel's been getting, I think, some really good videos. It's Wrestling Days opinions. I think the reason why they're good is because it's your opinions, it's your thoughts. I would say if you enjoy these live streams where we jump in and we get stuck into stuff, right? That is I just want to read this from Christopher because he says, I think the confusion Taker called it during the match. He didn't. It was arranged before. It was they were called to a meeting and told that it was going to be Brock that was going to be ending it. So the concussion doesn't really play a part during the match, other than it didn't make the match as good as it was going to be, unfortunately. And Taker had to go to hospital after, which Vince and Brock went in the ambulance with him. Anyway, so, yeah, I was saying about that if you enjoy these kind of 2 hours where we're just chucking theories around and thoughts around, then that's basically what we do on the second channel. So we've got opinion videos. Today's was who should end Cody's title reign. And I got to tell you, the answer surprised me pleasantly. I was very happy with what people were saying. I really thought it was going to be something else, and it wasn't really. The community have kind of gone in a direction that I would like to go in as well. So that was today's. I can't remember when we did the Alexa one, but we did the Alexa one a few days ago. We've also done, if you was to book Evolution, you know, the all-women pay-per-view, if you was to book a new one of those, how would you book it? What matches would you make? And we've done that. We did that one yesterday. We also did how should Judgment Day break up? All of these topics are like 20, 30-minute videos full of your thoughts and your opinions. And I think they're really interesting, so we're going to keep doing those. Obviously, we'll do one on SmackDown. So we'll do one on SmackDown tonight after SmackDown. And then I'll look to do a different one tomorrow. And probably a different one on Sunday as well. So we'll keep it going, basically. So, yeah, I need to try and find a few more topics, but we'll never struggle for that. Right. Christopher said, did you see Conor McGregor at BKFC press conference? I didn't know. I know that he is a co-owner of it now, but to be honest, I don't really watch BKFC. I do like it. I do respect it and appreciate it. I know he's a co-owner for it now, but yeah, not part of my regular viewing, to be honest. William said, it's Raven, Jesus. Look, have you changed your thing to FU? Have you changed your profile picture to FU? That's wild. William, shout out to you. Okay. Days, you retweeted the video of my son doing the Bray Wyatt. We're here. He'll be chuffed, said GH. Yeah, I liked it. Very good. I was more than happy to do that, but so tell him I say hello. John's Gaming Corner said, I watched April Fool's Randy Orton reaction video that you did, and it was hilarious. I can't even remember that one. I can't even remember it. Cool. I'm glad it was still funny, because I can't even remember it. Was it one of the LOL videos? I did love... Do you know, when we started 2024, my plan was to do a different LOL video each day, and that was my plan. And unfortunately, they just didn't really get the love. I mean, they were getting about 1,000 views a video, and they take quite a while to make. It's going back and just literally pulling out some of the funniest moments from the history of WWE, and each video is basically based on its own funny moment. And I loved them. I made 20. I can't remember how many I uploaded. I think it was about 11 that I uploaded. I've still got another 9 that are made that just need uploading, but yeah, I don't know. People didn't really resonate with them, to be honest. So I'm sure those others will see the light of day at some point. But oh well, I'm glad you saw a video on the channel and it was entertaining. It's always weird, isn't it, really? Because I make videos each day and I just, that's it. Once they're up and I move on, really. So I think there's coming up to 6,000 videos, including streams on the channel. So there must be some good stuff in those 6,000. But yeah, it's one of those. You just move on to the next thing, really. It's just, I can't even remember that video. I don't even know if it was a LOL video. But I'm pleased that it was good. Legends, I don't know if I'm more happy that you retweeted it or when I had a great John Cena condom joke on your stream. Oh, I could see that being a close call, to be honest. I could see that being a close call. Bonkers said, not worried, like brought Mac 10 Endo. Oh, is this Liverpool? We need a centre-back and a right winger. Mike, shout out to you. Hope you are well. Gaming Fanatic said, Days, what's up? How's it going? Thank you for including my comments on the Cody opinion video. You're welcome. I'm trying to... I'm really trying to explore how to make those as engaging as possible. I mean, in my head, I'm thinking 20 minutes because the data tells me, you know, same with Unseen, 13, 14 minutes view time is the average, right? So I'm thinking 20 minutes. There's not really much point going longer than that if people aren't going to be watching. So 20 minutes. I think I need to try and squeeze my thoughts in there somewhere. I mean, I kind of dropped them in throughout, but maybe I need a little section somewhere. And then really, other than that, it's just read as quick and as, you know, quick as I can to get through as many comments as I can so that as many of you get featured as possible. But I mean, all I would say to that is that if you do leave a comment and it doesn't get read out, don't worry about it, because the great thing about the opinion videos is there'll be another opportunity the next day. And if you miss that one, there'll be another opportunity the next day and another opportunity the next day. I'm not looking to stop them. So even though they might be 20 minutes and I don't get to your comment, I've no doubt I will get to one of your comments on one of the videos. I mean, there's so many opportunities to be featured in one of those videos. So yeah, it's about trying to make it as interesting to watch, really. And it's a bit of a balance because I don't want to just speed read comments because I don't know if that's interesting to listen to. I don't know. I think feedback on opinion videos might be good to get, actually, because I'm trying to feature as many people as possible, but then does that make it an interesting watch? Or is it better to feature less people and talk about what they've said, but then you're going to upset a load of people? Because if you're doing a 20-minute video and you're only getting through 10 comments, you know, that's 80 people that are upset because they didn't get their comment featured. So it's like, it's a bit of a balancing act, really. But I think in these instances, you always have to put the viewer first, because at the end of the day, that's the whole point for doing it, isn't it? It's so that people enjoy watching the video. So you have to start there and work backwards, really. So maybe I do need to not speed read. Maybe I do need to maybe talk about some of the comments a little bit more. I don't know. I could see us playing around with that concept a little bit. I like them. The whole channel, the second channel, is dedicated to them, and that's not looking to change. So, yeah, we'll keep playing around with them. Planet Dan said, how are you? You talked about the new co-op arena in Unseen earlier. I did. Fun fact, construction company that built it was BAM, and my uncle is the one that oversaw the whole thing. Oh, really? Very good. Very cool. It's great that we've gotten it. I wish it was a touch bigger, but that's, you know, not your uncle's fault. It's whoever designed it. It's always funny to me how, like, we build these things and they're always just around the same size. Like, we've built a brand new arena on a bit of land, and you could have gone 25, 30,000, right? I mean, imagine a 30,000 arena, but instead we've gone 22. And it's like, well, we've already got the O2 that's 20. I think there's already an arena in Manchester that's 20. So it's a bit like Man United at the moment. Man United are going to build a brand new stadium, hopefully. And at the moment, their stadium can hold, I think it's like 78,000, something like that. And there's talk of it being like, say, 90,000. Why wouldn't you go 100? Why wouldn't you go 100? Like, that to me is a big milestone. Even Wembley doesn't hold 100,000. It can't only be me that every time there's like a new stadium announced, one of the first things I look for is, does it hold 100,000? Like, that to me is a real indicator that this is, wow, that's got the wow factor. But you watch, Man United will build this stadium. It'll probably be about 85,000 or something like that. It'll probably increase from what we've got by 8,000. Of course, toilets will be better, and access will be better, and views will be better, and the fan experience will be better, blah, blah, blah. But I don't understand. Why don't you just go, you know what I mean? Go bonkers. In America, you'd go bonkers. If you was building a new stadium, I'm sure you wouldn't be like messing around like we do over here. If we've got to build something new, it's always cost over here. I think that's the truth. I think it's always cost. It's always costs. We lack ambition in this country. We're always like, no, we can't do that. It's too expensive. If we cut 10,000 seats off, then we can save 50 million. Come on. Let's go big. Do you know what I mean? Let's get some sexy big arenas and big stadiums. Who cares if we can't fill them? Thing is, Man United could. Man United could fill 100,000 easy. Easy. UK laws don't allow buildings that big. Oh, I'm sure they do. I'm sure they do. That Wembley was proposed to be 100,000 and then was reduced. So they were looking to make Wembley 100,000. I know that because I've always kept an eye out for like 100,000 stadiums. And you can find articles of them talking about Wembley going up to 100,000. So I don't believe that. And how can an arena not go above 22,000 when you've got stadiums that go much bigger? And you've got things in Tokyo like the Superdome. There's domed buildings around the world that can hold 40, 50,000 that are like indoor arenas. Isn't the Sky Dome in Toronto from an archaeological point of view, is that the right word? You can build buildings, indoor buildings, obviously of that size. And we've got stadiums already that are that size. So where's the law saying you can't do that? I've never heard that. And as I said, like in the UK, we were looking at 100,000, but I believe it's cost is the reason. It's always flipping cost. I have heard rumours of the new Old Trafford being around 100,000. I'll believe it when I see it. I think, again, it'll come in, they'll cost it, and they'll try and shave money where they can. It'll come in at like 85, 90, something like that. Seeb said, do we think that Punk is not cleared for SummerSlam and it'll be Seth Drew, SummerSlam winner gets Punk? Hang on. Do you think Punk is not cleared for SummerSlam? No, I think he's cleared. And it'll be Seth Drew, winner gets Punk. No, word on the street is that Seth is going to be special guest ref in that match. And then it's going to go on and the winner will get... well, I don't know what the winner will get, but basically it'll be Drew and Punk with Seth as guest referee. The only thing I don't know is why would that be the direction that we go? Why would we go in that direction? Because I'm a bit off with the idea of... I'm pleased it's not a triple threat, right? I'm not a big fan of triple threats. So I'm pleased it's not a triple threat. But... it adds a wrinkle to the match that I wish wasn't there. Like, Drew and Punk hate each other. So let's go. Let's put them in a ring and let's go. Let's have a fight. Let's have it so that they, sort this once and for all. I don't know why we want that extra wrinkle of having Seth as the ref when Seth could end up screwing one of them. And then that way, the whole thing's just a bit of a... Do you know what I mean? Like, when you've got a guest ref, you never know if they're going to screw someone over. And that makes it hard, I think, sometimes to get really into the match, because you can watch the match and get invested in the match, and then all of a sudden someone gets screwed over and you're like, well, what was the point in that? For me, it kind of takes away from the match, really. I know you can always have outside interference. I understand that. But you don't always know that you're going to get outside interference. But what I would say is, a lot of people criticized Roman for his title reign because the result was usually Solo interferes. And people didn't like it. And people were down on it. And people were like, nah, I'm done with this reign. It's always Solo helping Roman, right? And I could understand that. So my concern would be, we're going to go into a match with Drew and CM Punk, and I sort of feel like Seth's going to screw one of them. And I don't know, I kind of like, I've got that same feeling, really, of like, that's not, I want to sort this once and for all. Let's do Drew versus CM Punk. It's had this massive build. So let's do Drew versus CM Punk clean, and let's just find out who wins. I don't know why wrestling in 2024 has to feel the need to protect people so much. I don't know why it feels the need to do that. I feel like the world has moved on. I feel like the past few years in particular, we've seen a real change in combat sports. And I think it's probably been brought about by the UFC. And I think the reason is because the UFC own the fighters, right? They've got all the fighters under contract, so they can make whatever fights they want. So if you've got 2 undefeated fighters, you can put that as your co-main event on a big pay-per-view. It's going to get people tuning in. Someone's O has got to go. Who's the next challenger? Is it going to be person A, person B? Historically, in the boxing world, those 2 fighters would have avoided each other like the plague. In the boxing world, they would have just faced other people and tried to avoid each other. And you get it with champions as well. You know, you get boxing champions avoiding the other big names in the division because they don't want to lose. And, you know, there's a lot of politics and there's a lot of mandatory challengers. And there's like 4 different belts in each weight. So if you've got 3 amazing lightweights, well, they can each have a belt, and there's 1 spare, right, for one of them to have 2. And they don't necessarily ever have to face each other. And so boxing has kind of always tried to protect itself. Like the O in boxing, being undefeated in boxing, it feels like a massive deal, a big, big deal. Like if you can like retire without being beaten, that's the dream, really. And so I feel in wrestling has kind of shadowed boxing in that way, in the, you know, defeats are like this massive problem. And if someone's going to lose and we don't really want them to, we're going to have to try and protect them. And I'm all for protecting people once in a while, but it happens all the time in wrestling, all the time. Like all the time you get people that are being like protected, basically. It's frustrating. It can be frustrating. And I feel like that's probably what's going to happen here, is that, you know, Drew will win or Punk will win, but it'll be Seth's fault. And then, of course, did they really win? That's the problem. If you protect a wrestler, then the wrestler that loses might be a bit protected, but the wrestler that wins, did they really get the win? Like, does it really give them the push they need? Yeah, that's a frustration, to be honest. That's a frustration. But the reason why I say I think things have changed in recent years is because of UFC. They've started to do these matches. Like, if you are hot, they will put you against the champ because they need the buys. They need the views. They're desperate. Like, their pay-per-view numbers were hot when it was Conor on top. But it's not Conor around anymore. So now they've got to get attention. They've got to get the views. So if you've got someone that's red hot and you've got your champ, you put them together. You don't mess around. And that's what UFC have done. And they've only got one champ in each division. And it's funny how boxing now has started to have a lot more unification fights. And you're starting to see boxing where there's only one heavyweight champ like Alexander Usyk, who's just given up a belt, but he was unified. And, you know, you can kind of go down the divisions and see all these unified champions. And that's because we've got the champs fighting against each other. And I think Saudi has been a big driver in that. They've come in with the money to go, well, okay, someone's going to lose their O, but I can financially reward you for taking that risk. And so now we're seeing, even in boxing, risks being taken, people's O's going. We're seeing Usyk versus Fury. We're seeing Crawford versus Spence. You know, we're going to see Beterbiev against Bivol. Like, the big matches that people want are now being delivered, when historically these fights would have been dodged. Because the losses, like, you know, were a problem. So I feel like in my world, looking at boxing, looking at UFC, looking at WWE, I look at those things and we've seen some real development, I think, there, with it not being a problem for your O to go, right? It doesn't end your career. Like, people will still support you. They will still love you. In fact, the bouncing back is like a hell of a story. Look at Anthony Joshua. You know, lost to Ruiz in a bit of a shock, and then came back, won the title, then faced Usyk, lost, tried again, lost. Now he's on his way back. He's going to be facing Daniel Dubois for the world title. And it's kind of like you go on this journey with the fighter, really. And so I just think in this world now, you don't have to worry about protecting the fighters, the wrestlers, as much as maybe you did, say, 5 years ago. It feels like because of Saudi, because of UFC, because of like where we are in the world, it feels like we can move away from that. So yeah, I don't know. I'm not massively keen. I just want to do the one-on-one match, and I just want a clean winner. And the frustrating thing is that down in NXT in Black and Gold era, that's what we got. We did have Triple H booking the show where we was getting a winner. We would get a winner. So Triple H is someone that I always thought understood that. Black and Gold, you didn't get much outside interference. You got a winner and you got a loser. And that was 10 years ago in Black and Gold NXT. It's just a shame that now that we've gone and he's gone to the main roster, he's not employing that same logic. We get a lot of outside interference, which sometimes is required. You know, it's not a one size kind of fits all job. Sometimes it is required, but not all the time. Edward said, Days, how are you? Glad to be here for SmackDown. I hope you're well. Doing good. Macca said, do we think Joshua gets Dubois out there quickly? I think Joshua wins. I think it's going to be a tough fight. Daniel's a stubborn fighter. He's someone that has been in there with some good names now. I mean, he went, like, when Joe Joyce was, like, really a problem, you know, he was in there for quite a while with Joe Joyce getting smashed. I mean, it took his orbital bone to be broken to stop him. And in the end, he lost that fight, but it was, he wanted to kind of, you know, well, I would say he wanted to carry on. I think he was concerned about his eye, and I don't hold that against him. A lot of people say, like, that he was a bit of a quitter there, but I don't really class that as quit. I mean, like, if you know that you've got a problem, and you know that your face is broken or whatever, I mean, like, you just don't know what permanent damage you could be doing. Sometimes it's wise to put your career before a fight, you know? Sometimes it's wise to go, do you know what? I care more about my quality of life after this, and I care more about my career after this, rather than if I win this fight. Which it was the exact right thing to do, because afterwards he ended up fighting Usyk for a world title. He's now become a world champion. And who knows if that fight had carried on, who knows what damage he would have done. I have no idea. I don't think he knew in that moment either. So I think the quitter tag, I think, is a bit unfair. I think that he is someone that enjoys fighting and wants to fight and was born to fight. I think he is, you know, got a bit of something about him. I think he lacks that X factor. I think he lacks that little, you know, when the opportunity arises, can he take it? Can he create the opportunity? I think he can against low-level talent, but against your Joshuas, I just don't know that he can. I don't know that he can create the openings, and even when he does, can he capitalize? Can he really take advantage and put a person away? Again, low-level talent, no problem. Mid-level talent, no problem. But against your Furies or your Usyks or your Joshuas, I don't think so. So I've got Joshua winning, but I don't think it'll be quick. I think Dubois got more about him than that. But I think Joshua wins it. I will be doing that fight. When is it, actually? When is Joshua Dubois? Joshua versus Daniel Dubois at Wembley Stadium on 21st of September. Have I got that in my diary? I do. I've got it in my calendar. So, coming up this weekend, we're doing the Jake Paul fight this weekend. I am actually quite excited for that now. I've been watching a lot of tape and reading a lot of like predictions and thoughts on it. And I think the main event is Jake Paul. I think that should be relatively easy. But the rest of the card looks good as well. Amanda Serrano in action as she gets ready for Katie Taylor. Like, that should be good. Uriah Hall in action as well. Like, there's some good fights on that card. So we'll be live doing that tomorrow. And then the week after is UFC 304, which I believe is in Manchester. I believe that one is the UK one. So let's go. Probably have to pay for that, though. And then the week after that is SummerSlam. So the next 3 weeks looking a Jake Paul fight, UFC pay-per-view, and SummerSlam PLE. All on the next 3 Saturdays. So lovely. I'll take that. So quite a busy few weeks coming up now, which I do enjoy being busy. Right, let's get back to the chat. Who do we think is the harder hitter out of AJ or Daniel? Daniel put Usyk down with a clean body shot. It wasn't a low blow. I don't know, to be honest. I honestly, I think measuring people's power is difficult because it's not just about how many knockouts you get. Knockouts don't really tell you the full picture. I mean, obviously, if someone's had 20 fights, they've got 1 knockout, then you'd have a concern about their power. But I think they've both got like a good knockout ratio compared to their fights. So it's difficult to say. I mean, I would probably say AJ of the two. I don't think Daniel's really been known for his knockout power. I think he has power, but I don't think it's anything exceptional. I think that he is just, he's got the fundamentals. I think he's a really good boxer. I think he's got a lot of stuff kind of turned up to max, really. I mean, he's got good movement, good footwork. Ring IQ's not brilliant. I think he has a game plan and he sticks to it. And if it works, it works. If it doesn't, I don't know that he's very good at like adapting and changing in the fight. I just think AJ's got more weapons. Tingus Pingus said, do you think we get Jimmy tonight? No, I'm not expecting Jimmy. Roman at SummerSlam, yes. Jimmy could come back before, but I'm not expecting that. It's a good question, though, because we could get Jimmy before, but I'm not expecting it. In my opinion, Drew Punk deserves to be the main event, says Aaron. Yeah, it probably does. I mean, it's had such a big build that it probably does. I mean, this is why I just don't want it to have that screwy finish. You know, you want to just enjoy it and you want them to cook. I mean, I didn't see MJF against Ospreay, but I heard about MJF and Ospreay. and I heard that it was like one of the matches of the year, and they went for like nearly an hour, and people were like raving about it, and you know, people seemed to really enjoy it. I saw a few people saying that it had gone a touch too long, but then I saw Dave Meltzer and Brian saying that it was one of the quickest paced hour matches, and that it really just flew by. And I could believe it, to be honest. I could believe that it was amazing, because Ospreay's amazing. MJF's had bangers. I think he's long ago dismissed the notion that he can't wrestle. I think that he has had some really engaging matches. Because before it was just, oh, he can only talk, he can't wrestle. And I think that really upset him. And so he went out there to show, no, I can wrestle. So putting them two together, I think people knew they were going to get something special. And from what I heard, it was. And so I would look to Drew and CM Punk, and I would go on then. What have you got? What have you got? Show us what you've got. Here's SummerSlam. Here's the stage. Go and cook. Go and cook. So this is where my concern comes in of having Seth as guest ref, because all of a sudden now you look at that and you go, it's probably going to end in some screwy fit. He's probably going to screw someone over. That's probably going to be part of the match. And I just think that's a bit of a shame, really. I just think that's a bit of a shame. But let's see. You know, I'm looking at, say, worst case scenario. And he might call it down the middle, mightn't he? He might call it down the middle. It might be, it might all be goods. But yeah, I think that's like an opportunity for them to kind of show that they can get in a ring and put on bangers as well, you know? I mean, Damian and Gunther stands a good chance of being a banger, but you don't really associate Damian Priest with banging matches. You do Gunther. I think Damian could be a good dance partner for Gunther, though. So we'll have to see. I think SummerSlam card looks pretty good. James said, I hope the Tonga twins sign for WWE. They are so talented. Tingas Pingas said, anyone that wants to come to my Midsummer Bash, all you need to do is acknowledge me. Paul said, good evening, Days. Is it bad to look forward to Raw more than SmackDown? No. We actually started this stream by previewing the show, and I said, like, I'm always honest about what I think about the shows. I think this show looks okay. I genuinely think it looks okay. We're starting with Cody. I think we've got Andrade Carmelo. Should be good. We know that we've got Logan LA Knight, and I really feel like we're building towards the end of Logan's title run. So, this feels a bit more meaningful. It's not like Logan's taking on Ricochet, and Ricochet doesn't stand a chance, right? He's taking on someone that I think is gonna beat him, to be honest. So I think that segment could be interesting. My concern is, once we get that mid-card belt off Logan, does it free him up to go after the world title? Is that the plan? Because Logan said he feels if he commits to WWE, he could be world champion. And sadly, I agree. I agree. I think that he could. Because he's like, what, 28, is he? Something like that. Like, he's not even in his 30s yet. He's already got a few years of experience and matches under his belt. Granted, not many. Not many, right? I mean, I think he's had about 12 matches or something silly like that. He's only defended the US title twice. So this is, you know, there's a big asterisk next to what we're saying. But if he committed, which would mean a full-time schedule, house shows, like more matches, putting the work in, improving, fast forward a couple of years, 3 years, 4 years, 5 years, 6 years. In 6 years' time, he'll be, I don't know how old, 34? I mean, 7 years, 8 years, 9 years, 10 years, right? If he committed, he's still so young that, yeah, it's hard to say that he won't be or can't be. Because if he does commit and really push himself and really have more matches, It might not, we're not even talking about next year. It could be the year after, or 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 the year after. Eventually, he's going to get his hand on that flipping belt, isn't he? He's going to get his hand on that belt. And it's going to be awful. Because then when we talk about WWE champions like Bruno Sammartino and Hulk Hogan and John Cena and Roman Reigns, all of a sudden now you might have to mention the name Logan Paul. I'm just saying, get mentally ready. Brony said, Logan as world champ would make me stop watching whatever brand he is on. I cannot stand that guy. Dr. Luchalala said, Logan beating Cody would infuriate everyone. Cody crybabies and all. Well, I don't think they would pull the trigger so soon, to be honest. I don't think they'd take this belt off him and then boom, off he goes. I'm thinking, like, how old is he? Let's look at his age. Logan Paul. He is 29. So even in 10 years' time, he'll be 39. I mean, Randy Orton's like, I don't even know how old Randy Orton is. 40 something? 40. And Logan looks after himself. 44. So that means that Logan has got 15 years before he reaches Randy's age. 15 years and then he'll be at the same age as Randy Orton. I mean, that's a career. Like, forget what he's done. Just starting now, 15 years, that's a career. That's an easy career. 15, think about 15 years, right? Hulk Hogan, Hulkamania, like, he beat the Iron Sheik for the title in 84, right? So think of all of Hulkamania in WWF. Then think about him leaving and going to WCW. Then thinking of all of NWO and everything Hogan did up until 1999, which is when WCW's like starting to fall apart, right? So they've already gone through their peak and they're on the way back down again. I mean, they're gone by what, 2001? Early 2001? And 2000 was a bad year for WCW. So 15 years is all of Hulkamania and all of like NWO pretty much, apart from like any rubbish stuff in like the very end. That's how long like Logan has got if he wants to just reach the age that Randy is now. And the one thing that you'd say about Logan is that he is looking after himself. I mean, he's in great physical shape. He clearly looks after himself. I'm sure he goes out and has a few beers once in a while, but I mean, Hogan was in great shape, but we know that Hogan was taking steroids and all this kind of stuff. Like, I don't know that Logan is, but he is in great shape and he looks great. So I've got to think that he's looking after himself. So, because there's no reason. The only thing that will probably stop Logan is Logan. If Logan decides that this isn't for him or is bored of this and then goes off to do something else, you know, other opportunities come along, boxing comes back around or MMA comes around or something else comes around and it takes his attention away, that's the only thing that would probably stop him, to be honest, because he's young, he's got time. Let's stop talking about it, shall we? Because it is depressing. Big Time said, one thing I notice about Angel and Berto, Apollo, Baron, Grayson Waller, Theory, Andrade, Street Profits, Lashley, there's so many good talent, but really bad booking leads to dampening SmackDown. Yeah, I don't disagree. I don't disagree. I think Grayson Theory is okay. Maybe we get the split tonight between those two. Maybe tonight's the night where we'll see those two separate. So I think they're okay. But yeah, I mean, Bobby's picked up an injury. I'm not trying to make excuses because I do agree. I think that the booking of SmackDown has not been good enough, and we said that. Like, for me, this definitely needs... we definitely need to do better over here. We definitely need to do better. But I think that not everything's lost. I think that, like Grayson and Theory, we can save that. I think Bobby and the Street Profits, we can save that. Like, it's savable. I don't know about Berto and all of those. I really don't know about those guys. I don't know if that's savable because I don't know that it's ever really worked. I feel like Theory, we've seen great moments from him in NXT. And maybe even flashes on the main roster. So I look at him and I'm like, we can save that. We can do something there. Grayson, I really liked him down in NXT. So those guys I'm not too worried about. Bobby and the Street Profits, we just never got them where they should have been. But we can get them to where they should have been. You know, they should have been looking all suited and booted. And I can only think they don't want to do that because it'll clash with the Bloodline. But then the simple question would be, why the flip have you got them on the same brand as the Bloodline? If you don't want them to clash with the Bloodline, put them on Raw, right? But I think that's savable. I still think that's savable. I think it's only because Bobby picked up an injury that he's not been around and it's kind of stalled their momentum. Granted, they still weren't being booked brilliant before. But I don't know about Berto and Angel or Apollo because we've just never seen it from Apollo. We've never seen it from Berto or Angel. Andrade, I think, is savable. For me, we should have given him Money in the Bank. Rather than do what we did, he should be carrying Money in the Bank right now. And he needs a flipping manager. Desperate. Needs a manager. Desperate. Maybe we're waiting for Charlotte to come back. And perhaps we're going to do something with him and Charlotte. And that's why we've not done anything. I don't know. But where we are right now, I would say some of those names feel like we can do better and we can save it. Some of them, I just don't know. I don't know. We've never really seen it from some of them. But then not everyone on the cards can be even mid-carders, is the sad fact. You know, back in the day, we had the Brooklyn Brawler, you know. Back in the day, we had, like, Abe Knuckleball Schwartz. You know, we had Friar Ferguson. We had Bastion Booger. We had those kind of jobbers. You know, SD Jones back in the 80s. Barry Horowitz. Like, these are the people that, like, put others over. And we don't really use jobbers anymore. But what that means is that, you know, you're going to need some superstars to take a lot of L's. You need your Kurt Hawkins, your Zack Ryders that took a lot of L's. You need your Curtis Axels, your Bo Dallases, who unfortunately found himself in that position before he came back and is now doing what he's doing, right? But like the B team, their whole shtick was that they weren't the chosen ones and that they like they didn't even have proper shirts. Their shirts were white and they just drew B's onto them, the letter B, that they then coloured in with a Sharpie. Like, that's how highly thought of they were, right? So, and you know, the job squads and all that kind of stuff, like maybe some of these are just in those positions. We look at them going, oh my God, they deserve better. Why aren't we using them better? But maybe in WWE's eyes, that's just the spot they're in, you know? So it'd be very interesting to be a fly on the wall in those meetings. Jim said, Vicky Guerrero's not doing anything. She could be Andrade's manager. I'd take it, honestly. I'd take pretty much anything. I'd take anything and pretty much anyone. I mean, I just think that you've got someone that can really go in the ring. He's really good in the ring. And if he was in like a compelling story and he had a manager that could do the talking for him. I mean, if you watched him in NXT, what you're seeing out of Andrade right now is what we got in NXT. Good talent, but just doesn't really stand out, you know? Good in the ring, but you need a reason to care, yeah? And then they put Zelina with him, and it just clicked. I mean, that was it. We were off to the races. He went from being a guy that we were like, yeah, he's all right, it's pretty good. Don't mind Andrade. I can watch an Andrade match. He went from that to, boom, main eventer. In fact, he went from that to NXT champion. So he is someone that is crying out for a manager, because what I'm seeing right now is what I saw when he was in NXT, and we fixed it with Zelina. In fact, Triple H fixed it with Zelina. It was Triple H that was booking at the time. So how Triple H isn't looking... This is why I'm wondering, are we waiting for Charlotte? Is that the plan? When Charlotte comes back, are we going to do her and Andrade together, and we're going to acknowledge their relationship? Is that the plan? Because there must be a reason why we've just not pulled the trigger with Andrade. There must be. There must be. There must be. The same person that fixed Andrade in NXT is not doing anything with him on the main roster. It just doesn't add up, does it? This is where it's difficult if you're a wrestling fan, because you can look at things like this and get a bit frustrated, but we don't know what they're operating months in advance. So they already know what Survivor Series is going to look like. Like Triple H said, the card for WrestleMania was 80% done in October the year before. That means that in a few months' time, right, like 2 months, about 2 months, the card for WrestleMania 41 will be about 80% done. He's probably got an idea right now as to what the main event is, some of the big matches. He's maybe not fleshed out like further down the card, but it's probably a good idea of what night 1 main event is, night 2 main event is. Probably a good idea as to who he wants as the women's champ, what their matches are going to be. I would imagine things like Bianca versus Jade is probably penciled. You know, things like that. I think that he's got an idea, but by fast forward like 3 months, 2-3 months, it'll be there or thereabouts by then. And that's where they're operating. This was decided months ago what we're doing now. So it's frustrating for us because we're looking at it going, what's the plan? But, you know, they're looking into the future where it's probably already planned. They probably already know what they want to do. So this is why, like, they can release people, because they know if they fit into their plans or not. So when they release people and we're like shocked, like, oh my God, you've released Dijak. Well, that's because they'll look at what they've got planned, and Dijak just wasn't in them plans. Just wasn't part of them. And you can say, well, make him part of them, which is fair, but he just wasn't. Like, they'd done the matches, they'd worked everything. I mean, the whole Dijak thing I don't understand, to be honest, because they called him up. You know, just leave him in NXT if you haven't got anything for him. So I don't get that side of it, but either way, they've looked at it and not got anything for him, and that's why he's ended up going, isn't it? Days, I swear, Meltzer is sexist. Ooh. He gave Ospreay MJF 5-7. Did he? 5-7-5. I need to sneeze, but it's not coming. 5-7-5. But he gave Io and Utami 4-7-5, and it was just as good. Meltzer is a lut for Tony Khan. Yeah, I think, to be honest, I've said before, the way I've stopped using Meltzer for that. A long time ago. The way that I use Meltzer, and the way that I think is healthier to use Meltzer, is just to compare promotion to itself. So don't compare Marigold to AEW. Don't compare AEW to WWE. Don't compare AAA to AEW. You'll drive yourself mental. You'll drive yourself mental. If you look at AEW and look at the number of 5-star plus matches they've had in their history compared to WWE, you know, the numbers are going to be absurd, right? And you'll probably question how, right? And there's been matches that have got 5 stars for AEW that, in my mind, were absolutely nowhere near. And then there's been matches in WWE that have been 5 stars, like Undertaker Shawn, that doesn't get them, right? So long ago, I've given up on that, because I think the honest truth is, I think he does prefer AEW, and he's kind of said that. It's not that... I don't know that he's trying to be biased, right? This might be me being just naive. I don't know that he's trying to be biased. I try to put myself in his shoes, and I think the honest truth is he just prefers the AEW style. So for him, he's watching AEW It's ticking the boxes. Everything's great. He's loving it. He gives it 5 stars, whatever, right? WWE, I just don't think he loves their style, the WWE style, as much. And so we enjoy it and we watch it and we get those feelings of this is great, this is amazing. To us, it's like 5 stars or whatever. Well, Dave doesn't quite get to those levels of enthusiasm because it's not doing it for him. So for him, I don't know that it's on purpose. But I do think there's a bias. But I think it's difficult, isn't it? Because it's him giving his personal opinion as to what he thinks about the matches and what he scores the matches. And I think he genuinely just prefers that AEW style over everything. And so for him, it just ticks the boxes and it's easier for him to give that 5 or whatever because that's what he enjoys. So I don't know. A lot of people will say no, is bias. He loves AEW. He hates WWE. That could be true. Or it could be that he just prefers their style. And so it's a lot easier for him to give the stars. But anyway, put all of that to one side. This is why I don't do that anymore. I do like to look at Meltzer's scores for WWE because I like to know how he thinks a match compares to other matches. So, for example, a lot of people were saying that AJ Cody was it 5 stars from Backlash, and I think he did give it 5 stars actually. Cody against AJ at Backlash. I wasn't sure. For me, it just was a bit short of 5 stars. Certainly, again, if you're going to tell me that Undertaker Shawn Michaels isn't 5 stars, right? Then to me, you can't tell me that Cody AJ is a better match than Undertaker Shawn. I'm not buying that. So this is where I like to look at him because for me, he's comparing WWE to itself, and I find that a lot more useful than comparing it to AEW or comparing it to different promotions. I would just much rather look at what he thinks of WWE and compare it to himself. And even then, of course, you're going to have, doubts about certain things. But it's one of them, innit? I could do star ratings for every single match, and people would say I'm wrong on a load of stuff. I mean, you could do star ratings. People would say that you lot are wrong on a load of stuff. Like, no two people are ever really going to agree on everything. And so you have to sort of factor that in as well. So, I don't know. It's difficult. It's difficult because I think that the star ratings could be biased. It could be malicious. It could be that he's trying to build up like AEW and not give WWE the respect they deserve. Or it just might not be that. It just might be as simple as he does just prefer AEW. I really don't know. I don't know which one it is. I don't really worry about it. I just look at his star ratings for WWE and compare it to itself. And I've got to tell you, mentally, that's a much more comfortable way of using the Dave Meltzer star rating system. Mark LFC UK said Fightful say that WWE have signed Hikuleo and he's gonna be Smackdown bound. Yeah, that'll be interesting. I mean, I'm not a big fan of constantly bringing these people in. It'll be interesting to see how he comes in. The reason why I'm not crazy about constantly bringing these people in is because I just don't know anything about Tama Tonga. Do you know anything about Tama Tonga or Tongaloa since they've arrived? Do we know their motives? Who they like, who they dislike? Do we know anything about them? Do we know anything about Jacob? I just don't know anything about these people. They've just arrived and they're just heavies, really. I mean, they're like J&J. They're like a moodier J&J security. I don't know. The original Bloodline was so good because we saw them backstage interacting with each other. We knew who liked who didn't like who, what their motives were, what their aspirations were, what they were trying to achieve. That way, little looks meant so much. When someone gave someone a little look, you knew what it meant. And, like, you know, each little look had its own meaning. Like, if Jimmy gave Sammy a little look, it was probably like, shut up, mate, you know? You're overstepping the mark here. But if Jay gave Sammy a look, it was probably, I'm going to rip your head off, right? Because he didn't like him. And if Roman gave Sammy a look, then you was a bit more like, what does that mean? Because, you know, the Roman-Sammy relationship was always a bit up in the air. We never quite knew how Roman felt about Sammy. But we knew how Jimmy felt, and we knew how Jay felt. And we know that Jimmy and Jay were always on each other's side, but obviously that started to go sour towards the end. And I don't know, we dug into all of that stuff. We haven't done any of that with Tama Tonga Loa, or I know Jacob's only just arrived. So now adding in Hikuleo, it's just going to be another person that stands in the background that we're not going to know anything about. So there's time, I suppose, but I would say that for me is what's lacking with this Bloodline is those backstage segments where we get to really know these characters. I feel like they're keeping them purposefully quiet because they want everyone focused on Solo, and that's fine. I can understand that, but I would still like a bit more depth to this group because they do feel very shallow. Very shallow. I feel like what you see is what you get with this Bloodline. There's not really anything else going on underneath. It's just what you see is what you get. 3 guys that will mess you up. 4 guys that will mess you up. One of them the leader. And that's it, really. They've kicked Roman out. They've kicked Heyman out. And what you see is what you get. And I think that the stories are suffering a bit as a result because it just doesn't have the depth of what we saw from Bloodline before. So now Hikuleo coming in, as I said, it's hard to get excited about that. Just bringing people in for the sake of it and like another person to add to the group where we're not going to know anything about them. Not for me. But let's see how he comes in because he might come in and we might do something. We might get somewhere. Like, you know, we might start digging down a little bit. I mean, there's going to be obviously a seismic atomic bomb that goes off at SummerSlam. We're expecting Roman to return. We're expecting obviously a new bloodline to form. And then maybe at that point we start to dig into the personalities a little bit more. I don't know. It was good to see Jacob come down to the ring on his own before Solo last week and see Jacob just clear house. I thought that looked good for Jacob. Jacob definitely has stood out more than anyone else in that group so far because they've given him those kinds of moments. So, you know, we did that. I'll give him that. But, yeah, I'd like to see more on that front, to be honest, and dig into things a little bit more. It does just feel a bit shallow. So, yeah, Hikuleo come in. We'll see. We'll see kind of where that leads. Carl and Dawn, shout out to you, said, when will we see a Wyatt 6 Chad match? SummerSlam. That'll be SummerSlam, won't it? A lot of people are thinking and sending me graphics of Chad and Uncle Howdy. And it could be, but I think everyone knows I'm looking for Wyatt 6 Alpha Academy more than just those 2. I'm looking for like the others to be featured. So either of those matches I'd expect for SummerSlam. Delwyn, shout out to you, said, Days, personally, I think SmackDown should stretch to a 3-hour show when the US network kicks off on October. A 3-hour show on Raw. How great has been, says Delwyn. So Delwyn would be looking for 3 hours of SmackDown. I feel like that's one that would divide opinion. In fact, what we can do, because we've still got half an hour, we can actually jump into the chat and we'll ask that as a question. But let's see if people would be interested. Would you be interested in a 3-hour SmackDown? I don't know how people will respond to this, to be honest. I don't know. I don't know what the answer for that is going to be. So we'll see what people come back with on that. Wrestling Russ said, those lucky get a double show tonight. They're taping next week's show. A double SmackDown. Yep. I think it's good, obviously, if you're there live. it's not good for the rest of us. It's not something that I'm excited about. Because obviously spoilers will get out there and people will be less excited for next week because, you know, the fan footage will get out and results will get out and spoilers will do the rounds, and it just really derails next week's show. I hate tape shows. So it's good for them in attendance because, as you said, they get to see basically 2 weeks worth of action, but not so great for the rest of us. The only thing I would say, and I really mean this, right? Really mean this, is that it is still worth watching next week because we've done a lot of tape shows before. Like, they did tape shows when they used to come over to the UK. So when they would come to the UK, they would do the show at 7 and it wouldn't air until 1 in the morning because they wanted it to be going on screen at the same time as America. So you could actually, I did it. I went to SmackDown, I went to Raw, I watched it, and then went back to the hotel and watched it again on TV, right? So that was a taped show. And, you know, that would happen once or twice a year. And we've had other shows where, when needed, they've had to have tape shows. Well, what the crowd will see tonight is matches. They'll see the matches, right? So they'll get all of next week's matches, but they won't get the backstage segments. So they're not going to get like 4 hours. They won't be there for 4 hours. It won't be that they do a 2-hour SmackDown followed by another 2-hour SmackDown. It'll be a 2-hour SmackDown followed by next week's matches. Then what they'll do is they'll take that footage of the matches, add in footage from backstage segments, and they'll make the show. So that means that next week there's going to be backstage segments that no one will have seen. And there'll be backstage segments that will... Normally, they tend to have a little moment backstage. There tends to be a talking point, which still makes it worth tuning in for. So the matches will be spoiled. The results will be spoiled. But no one can spoil the backstage segments next week, or any big moments that happen next week backstage, because they won't be shown. So it's still worth tuning in for that, to be honest. I still feel like next week they'll have some up their sleeve. There'll be an ace up the sleeve where they'll do something. Don't know how big it'll be. I'm not saying it'll be The Rock or anything like that, but it might just be a talking point or something, some announcements that get added after. So yeah, the matches will get spoiled, but there's a lot of other stuff that will be in that show. But yeah, frustrating really for the rest of us. The reason why they're doing it is because they're going off to Japan next weekend and they won't be around to do a SmackDown. I mean, why not just do a SmackDown in Japan? How about that? How about them apples? How about you do SmackDown live from Japan? Hey, you cowards. But no, instead they're going to do a double one tonight. Sonny, shout out to you. Hope you are well. Mark said SmackDown needs to stay 2 hours. Loving the Wyatt 6. Mike said Logan could go to Japan. Oh, he loves it over there. He loves going for walks in the woods. Edward said, Days, quick fire question. Who's your favourite boxer right now from welterweight to heavyweight? How is that a quick fire question? How is that a quick fire question? I mean, favourite boxer? I can give you that answer. Favourite boxer? It's tricky, actually. It's tricky. I mean, I do love the heavyweight division, of course. That's where we've put a lot of attention. Do you know what? To watch, it might be Javante Tank Davis. I do really enjoy watching his fights. And he's so over in America. There's so much buzz and excitement when it's one of his fights. I do always get kind of caught up in that. Strangely, with Canelo, I find Canelo to be a little cold. I don't find Canelo to be... I think his skills are amazing, but I don't find him to be the most exciting. He's very methodical, goes about his work. But, yeah, I don't know that, like, I would go Canelo. Javante Tank Davis is, if it was his fight coming up, I'd be really excited. I had respect for Devon Haney, but Haney is very Canelo-like as well, very cold, methodical. His fights against Cambosis Jr. were not the most exciting. They just, using his jab, using his ring IQ, getting the job done. So I respect him, but yeah. Haven't seen loads of Shakur Stevenson, to be honest. I need to see more of him. And I haven't seen loads of Inui, who a lot of people regard as pound for pound. Haven't seen loads of him either. So there's a chance that they could be in the mix. But, obviously with what's been going on in heavyweight, that's been getting a lot of our attention. So, I do love Usyk. I am a fan of Usyk. I'm trying to think, really. I like Joshua of the British Fighters, and I like Fury, but I don't know. Both of them are flawed, aren't they? Neither of them are the greatest heavyweight. Usyk is undeniably the greatest heavyweight right now. So, but I like them. They've flown the flag for Britain, but Usyk's the man, isn't he? There's no escaping it. Usyk's the man. Johnny Fisher's always fun to watch. He's coming through. H2O Silv's fighting tomorrow. I'm looking forward to seeing him in action. He's a big rising star, undefeated. A lot of buzz around him, so I'm quite excited for him. He's signed to Jake Paul's MVP promotions. So he'll be good to watch. Women-wise, loving, obviously, Katie Taylor. Big fan of her. So a few names in the pot. I don't think I've got an out-and-out one, but probably the one I'd be most excited for would be Tank Davis, really. Tank Davis. Unless it was a British fighter and they're just, my pride comes out. Did you see Devon got his unbeaten record back due to the fight with Ryan Garcia being done as a no contest? Ryan was found guilty of drug use and has got banned. What are your thoughts? My thoughts are that I've not seen enough about what went down. But if Devon's got his undefeated record back, then that's obviously good for Devon. So cheaters will not prosper. Derpy said, is there any chance that Roman returns tonight? Because there are some rumors he might be back 2-3 weeks before the show. I'd say a 1% chance. Roman coming back on a SmackDown seems very unlikely. Because it's such a big moment, you're going to want that massive pop, that massive crowd reaction. You would only do it if he was going to have a match at SummerSlam. If he was going to have a match at SummerSlam, or if you had, say, The Rock planned to return at SummerSlam, and you didn't want Roman and The Rock coming back, getting in each other's way, then you would maybe do it that way. But I think, to be honest, it looks like it's going to be SummerSlam. I'll be stunned, absolutely stunned if it was tonight. I'd give it about 1% chance. But Dave's undefeated boxer Crawford is at SmackDown tonight, is he? Spartan Major, shout out to you. Didn't know that. Ryan always takes. I thought Tank is going to beat him again, said Six Horror Kingman. Logan's promos are all right, said Alkaline Mother Fudgin Prime, except for the time he said, I am the table. He did say that, didn't he? You might be the head of the table, but I am the table. And everyone started laughing at him for that one. Yeah, look, you're going to make those kinds of mistakes. So, fine. It is what it is. It's just him, isn't it? That's you can't really fix what's wrong with Logan, because what's wrong with Logan is Logan. People just don't like Logan. He's just not a likable person. I think that he has... It's difficult because he's grown up really in front of people. So people have seen him when he was young, immature, doing stupid things. And that does get held against him, you know? In a world of cancel culture, where people get cancelled for a lot less than what Logan has done, you can understand people looking at Logan going, how's this guy still around? How is this guy still making all this money and getting all of these opportunities? Like, when he's done the things that he's done, when other people have been cancelled for a hell of a lot less. And there's not really a way of like resolving that, is there? That to me, that's the problem. That's the problem. It's that Logan is Logan, and he is like a cockroach that just keeps surviving and keeps sticking around. But you can't really say that his promos are terrible. I think that his promos are okay. I actually don't think his promos are as good as maybe we thought they would be. Because he's someone that is a trash talker. I mean, he is someone that's got that kind of arrogance about him, and, you know, has got ready for fights and had to do like trash talking. So you'd think he'd get in the ring and just be really good at it, natural at it. And he's shown moments of that, but I've seen plenty of his promos that are just, you know, whatever, very average at best. And I don't know if it's because they're being scripted for him. I don't know if like he's working to a script, and so he's just following what the script is. But they're all right. I can't say they're any worse than anyone else's. There's definitely wrestlers that are worse than Logan. And his matches, I mean, we know that he's super protected. He can do some really good stuff, and they make sure that they build a match around that. Anything he can't do, they don't do it. Anything he can do, they highlight it. They put him in there with a good dance partner, and it normally results in a really good match. So match-wise, you can't really have a pop. Promo-wise, can't really have a pop. You could have a bit of a pop at the fact he's had like 12 matches. You know, and there's people down in NXT that have done that before they even make it onto NXT. You know, there's probably people that have had 12 matches in NXT level up, like Dante Chen. And then they go to NXT. So, I mean, the amount of matches he's had, he clearly should not be United States champion. But that's part of the story, isn't it? Him being an unworthy champion is the story. The problem is they can run that story for the World Heavyweight title as well. An undeserving World Heavyweight champion. Still going to give him the belt. I would not be shocked to see him be a world champion. As we said earlier, he's got so much time on his side. If he just commits a bit more and like really, you know, puts in a bit more work, a couple of years. I don't think it'd be next year, but a couple of years, 3 years. It's hard to see. It would seem more unlikely that he isn't a world champion than he is a world champion. So I'm just saying, prepare yourself for it. Prepare yourself. I know a lot of you don't want that, and you can put me in that boat as well, but just prepare yourself, because I think it is going to go that way. James said, you know I'm not one to sugarcoat shiz, but how can you have a boyfriend girlfriend when you're in different countries and you've never met? It's a good question. It's a good question, and whoever that's aimed at, they need to answer that now. David said, in celebration of our new president, there's a new president, I'm going to wear a maxi pad on my right ear until the election day on November 5th, says David's. Is it November 5th? God, that's still a long way away, isn't it? I thought it was sooner than that. That's still quite a long way away. Oh, not like us over here. We just get it done, man. We just get it done. Do you know what I mean? I think we had like a 6-week campaign and then boom, new prime minister. Done. No messing around. Well, you boomers love stretching it out, don't you? Jim said, on a scale between 1 to 10, how bad would Muhammad Ali in his prime destroy Jake Paul? I don't know, actually, because I feel like Muhammad Ali would want to toy with Jake Paul. I don't know that Muhammad Ali would go in there and just knock him out, put him away. He was always a showman, wasn't he? He always enjoyed putting on a show, and I could even see him allowing Jake to kind of come forward, throw some shots as he's like doing rope-a-dope against the ropes, like using his head movement. Like, is this all you've got? Like, it's an interesting question because he could destroy him a couple of ways. He could destroy him, just knockout, done, right? Or he could destroy him with just making him look like a fool. And I feel like he would probably more do that. You know, footwork, head movement, against the ropes, rope-a-dope, all that kind of stuff. And, you know, I mean, he's a heavyweight as well. So you're talking about the next level up in weight class. I mean, Jake's a cruiserweight. Muhammad Ali was obviously heavyweight, so he's going to be bigger and stronger. What I would say, though, is that I do think that the training that we have fighters do now is a lot more intense and a lot more focused than what they did back then. So clearly Muhammad Ali wins, right? Clearly. But I wonder if Jake actually would not look too bad against the fighters of that era because of the fact that the training is just so intense and so focused. And, you know, we've kind of learnt throughout, like, Muhammad made that point. They asked Muhammad Ali a question of who in the history of boxing do you reckon would beat you? And his answer was no one. No one can beat me. No one can beat me today. And if no one can beat me today, no one can beat me from the past. Because in the past, you know, we had airplanes that were made out of wood and canvas that could fly for like 30 odd seconds. Well, now we've got fighter jets. So those fighters in the past, they're the planes of the past. Whereas today, I'm a fighter jet. And I get what he's saying, you know. It's kind of like the sport has evolved and knowledge and, you know, back then, like, I don't think they weren't really thinking, like, 100 years ago about footwork and head movement and jabbing and distance management and setting up shots and setting traps and all that kind of stuff, you know. That's all come into the game as time has gone by, and same with training techniques as well. So I think Muhammad Ali clearly wins, but I think that I really don't know how Jake would compare to the cruiserweights of the 1960s, 1950s, 1960s, where he would rank if you just took him and put him where he was with all the training that he's had. I don't think he'd be like a champion, I'm not saying that, but I've got to think he would be in a better place than he is in 2024. I mean, I feel like he should be more competitive going up against fighters of the 50s, 60s than going up against the fighters of the 2020s. Right? That's but it's an interesting one. Interesting question, that, Jim. Mike said, here is one to chew on. Does Logan go in the Hall of Fame? Not much to chew there, my friend. Definitely. He's in. He's already in. He definitely goes in because there's a celebrity wing. And so he just goes in, doesn't he? When he goes in to the wrestling side of it, that's a different conversation. You know, when does he not go into the celebrity side? When does he go in the other side? But to be honest, I don't think it matters. If you're in, you're in. You know, he definitely 1000% goes in the celebrity side because he's done so much more than some of the celebrities that have gone in. So much more. Didn't Arnie go in? You know, what impact has Arnie had on the wrestling world? He has had an impact. He's had an impact, really. I mean, from his bodybuilding, and, you know, he's been a massive source of inspiration. Obviously, Triple H with the kind of Terminator entrance as well. But, I mean, to my knowledge, he's never stepped into Oh, he might have done once, but never to wrestle into, like, a WWE ring. So, you know, you look at, like, what his contribution to wrestling is, it feels a bit flowery. But you look at Logan's and it's like he's been at WrestleMania, he's main evented a card, he's been the United States champion. I mean, he just strolls into the celebrity wing, just strolls. But when he goes into the other side, I mean, that's a little bit trickier. I think to get in the other side, you have to have longevity, or you need to be like around the world champion level. But then saying that, Queen Shamel went in. So, I mean, the Hall of Fame is quite frustrating because it's political and there's not a real benchmark. And you've got people like Coco Beware in the Hall of Fame. And, you know, people which were never even close to being world champion in WWE. People that, you know, don't even have that crazy durability or longevity. So there's not really a parameter. It's just... The sad truth is, can we get some names that are going to create a good show? That's it, really. Can we get some names that are credible, that could go in, that would make for a really good Hall of Fame ceremony? That's what we look to do. Headliner, and then you put in some other people, and I think that Logan, there's no doubt in my mind, goes in. No doubt at all. Right. Let's go down here. When we go to see Zilla Fatu, don't know. Don't think he's signed, to be honest. If this channel is going to go into American politics shaming, then I'm out of here, says Angel. Well, that does seem to be in the chat at the moment, a little bit of that. I suppose it's maybe a bit unavoidable, what with the news and everything that's kind of been going on, and the fact that there's an election coming up. I mean, it's just everywhere at the moment, isn't it? So I think that's the reason for it. John said, I've just seen WWE signed another future Bloodline member. I like the storyline, but do you think they might be overdoing it and going too satirized? Yes. We spoke about that. I'm not a fan of just bringing people in endlessly. I'm not crazy about that. So I'm very much looking as like, you know, a way of fleshing it out a bit more. I mean, I really would like some backstories and everything, you know. I would really like to get a bit more to it than just, oh, you're in the Anoa'i family, come on in. Meek said WWE looks a bit more hellish bloodline. LA Knight Logan have got hatreds. Tag teams, Tiffy just seems awful on that heel opening zone. Rhea is back in a new way. Heyman got rocked too. What are we saying? Like, what, he was looking a bit more heelish. Looking more heelish. I think it's a balance, isn't it? I think they always try to have a balance. So, you know, you've got Rhea back as a face, but it's Liv that's kind of the heel now. You've got the Bloodline 2.0, but you'll have Roman come back soon, who I'm sure will be a face, and you got Cody as a face. So I think they're always looking for that that balance. Jim said Coco's more worthy than Bob Orton. Yeah. Who's better, 7-foot Rey Mysterio or 5-foot Undertaker? Probably... Oh, I was thinking 7-foot Rey Mysterio. 5-foot Undertaker. If you are on the smaller side, then you tend to need to have the aerial abilities, don't you? To like really stand out, you need to have that kind of agility. And Undertaker had agility, and certainly agility for a big man. But if you was to take him down to 5 foot, I don't know that he's going to be able to do enough to really stand out. So I think it would be 7-foot Rey Mysterio, who would have the size and hopefully would still keep the agility and all the aerial stuff. So I think it would be Rey. Matt said, do we think Wyatt 6 against New Bloodline is going to happen before Roman returns? No. Because I think Roman's coming back at SummerSlam. I've got a feeling that it's eventually going to turn into NWO versus Wolfpack, where they're just going to have too many players and they're going to run out of ideas. Edward said, when I make it to pro boxing, would I be your favourite boxer? Depends how good you are. If you suck, then no, because I'll probably be too ashamed to say that that's my favourite boxer. What, the one that keeps losing? The one that just got smashed in 30 seconds. I'll be like, yeah, that one. Yeah, that one. That one. So you better be good, Edwards. You better be good. Because I don't want to associate with losers. Yeah. And actually, you need to have a fight. Don't you? Trenton, shout out to you. Hope you are well. Appreciate the support, buds. VRTKXS said, someone in the chat called my son earlier. I have now found an OnlyFans on said account. This person appears to be male, but has got a female name and an OnlyFans. Thoughts? Chat. Huh? Someone in the chat called my son. What? This chat? Someone in this chat called your son? How did they do that? How did they get his number? I found an OnlyFans. Someone that's got an OnlyFans called your son. And then what? They appear to be male, but they're actually... Hang on! Hang on! Hang on! Hang on, hang on. If there are females in this chat that have got OnlyFans accounts, yeah? Call me! Don't go calling other people's sons! Yeah? My Twitter account, let me bring it up on screen for you right now. Give me a second. Jesus Christ, I didn't know this was going on. Guys, don't do that. That's creepy. Calling people's sons, that's weird. Yeah, especially when I'm sat here, right? So go to @WrestlingDaysYT. You can see it just here. Right, this here. Yeah. @WrestlingDaysYT. DMs are open. Normally, I think it's up here. There's like a message option. Yeah? Yeah? Just, you know, whatever. I'm just saying. Leave innocent children alone. Right? Come to me instead. That's my message. That's definitely my message. So, VRTKXS. I have no idea who that is. I have no idea that that was going on. And I'm angry on a lot of levels, to be honest. On a lot of levels. So hopefully we've got that sorted now. I'm doing God's work. I'm doing God's work. Bland SF said, how do we think the SummerSlam match between Wyatt 6 and Alpha Academy will end? Well, I would imagine that the Wyatt 6 would be victorious. I would imagine that... it would probably be one of the Creeds that would take the pin. And I would imagine that Chad would be a little frustrated, but would then try to regroup. But, yeah, I think it'd be... Wyatt 6 have to win. I can't even imagine Alpha Academy picking up the victory. But I would imagine Wyatt 6 win. Maybe then they get beat down after the match, or the Wyatt 6 start getting attacked after the match. And then that's where Alexa comes back. So we are thinking Alexa comes back at SummerSlam. So, but I wouldn't have her cost Alpha Academy. I think you need to give the Wyatt 6 a clean win. Give him a clean win. So I wouldn't have her cost, but I would have her come down as a distraction if there was like an attack after. You could question though, should the Wyatt 6 be getting attacked after? The only thing I would say is, you know, maybe it's not all of them. Perhaps there's, like, you know, a couple have gone chasing after Chads, a couple are dealing with Julius, and then all of a sudden it just leaves one in the ring on their own, isolated. Perhaps Bo in the ring on his own, because all the others are dealing with other things, and he's getting beaten down, and then that's when Alexa comes out. So, somewhat along those lines. Somewhat along those lines. Yeah, a lot of people are naming William. A lot of people are naming William. And to be honest, that does make a lot of sense when you think about it. If we have got someone in this community that's got an OnlyFans that's like posing to be a female, but actually might be male, but there might be female. I don't know. I couldn't quite figure out where we were with it. But yeah, I think you're right to start looking at William and questioning, you know. It's not the first time that anyone will have looked at William and, like, had a question. But, yeah, stay strong out there, kids. Stay strong. 2 minutes 52. That's where we are. We are going to be live with whatever SmackDown has got in store for us. Days, do you like Bayley as women's champion? I do. I don't. I like Cody as champion and I like Bayley as champion. I like them. I think they're great wrestlers. I think they have the ability to tell great stories. So I do like the belts on them. But neither have got great stories right now. But I separate those two things. I don't blame Bayley for the rubbish creative that she's been given. I don't blame Cody for the rubbish creative that he's been given since WrestleMania. I mean, I think we all wanted something a bit bigger for Cody at SummerSlam rather than Solo. Because now, to be honest, we're having to build Solo and make him seem like a badass. When it wasn't that long ago, we saw him getting L after L after L after L, you know? So I think we all wanted better, really, following that WrestleMania. But look, it is what it is. And you've got to build new stars, haven't you? So you've got to kind of juggle those two things. So it is what it is. I don't blame Cody. I don't blame Bayley. Because to be honest, if Roman had this creative, well, it would be just the same, wouldn't it? Or if Becky had this creative instead of Bayley, it would be just the same. So it's not really their faults. It's just give them better creative. My friends needed to make money, so I said I would sub to help them out for animal bills, which is sad, says Mark. You subbed to your friends' OnlyFans to help them out. You're a hero. I mean, I don't know if you're trying to get sympathy, but it's really difficult. It's really difficult to go, dude, that was such a lovely thing to do. When you're looking at their pervy pictures, eh? Guys, I'll support anyone's OnlyFans that needs support. I'm just saying. Just saying. It's a brilliant way of making money. You do have to sell your morals, but and your values, but you know, whatever. Whatever. Minor detail. Days, I'm drinking wine tonight, says Matthew. I watched both AEW Dynamite and SmackDown. Shout out to you, my friend. Low hanging fruit said, did he say subbed or sucked? Oh. I don't know. It might have been darker than I originally thought, actually. I mean, I said subbed. I didn't say I would be sucking things. SmackDown. SmackDown starting, kids. Right, let's end our poll. The question was, would you like SmackDown to go to 3 hours? And the people have spoken. James said, I don't have any morals anyway. Well, do it, James. Do it. Create an OnlyFans and we'll sub to it. If you haven't got any morals anyway, then you haven't got anything to lose. Do it, do it, do it, do it. Oh, imagine a James OnlyFans. Imagine that. Brilliant. Would love it. Do we think that Roman returns tonight? Personally, no. Anthony said, I think Bayley should beat Nia for SummerSlam. I don't have SmackDown starting. I've got it on my one screen. Ah, there it is. There she is. Acknowledge me. If things go sideways, I'm coming. Steven says, hello all, hello Days, greetings from Germany. Steven, shout out to you. Guten Tag. Hope you're well. We're just looking at last week. We were in... I don't know where we was last week. Wasn't in Ohio, was we? That was Monday. So we got surrounded. And then, of course, there was the beatdown. Drama. I hear voices in my head. Let's go. I'm jealous of you. At least you're not paying £30 a month for TNT Sports for WWE, UFC, and football. Of course I am. Of course I am. I'm paying more. Got all these flipping. I've got to have another £30 subscription for Adobe for video editing as well. £10 on WWE Network. £10 or so on DAZN. 30 odd pound for TNT Sports. My subscriptions are flipping insane. I've tried to cut down on a few. They can really get out of control. Really get out of control subscriptions. Okay, there we go. So last week, better than me. The biggest party of the summer is looming large. Sign in the crowd says, not my bloodline. Not my bloodline. Right. So we're waiting to see who is going to make their way down. It's Cody. I forgot about that. He's starting the show, isn't he? Cody Rhodes. Wrestling has got more than one royal family. Imagine if wrestling only had one royal family and it was the royal family. Mixed tag. Harry and Meghan against Kate and Wills. Let's flip and go. Prince Charles against Prince Edwards. I don't think I know any other royals. Isn't the one that's called, like, Anne or something? Who else? A lot of them are dead. Whoa! Not my bloodline, not my champion, said Aubrey. Hashtag Cody sucks. Joshua said, Days, I went to Kentucky and I went to a great wolf lodge with my family and I met a friend at the water park. I'll see you tomorrow for boxing. See you tomorrow. James said, my Sky is like 150 a month. What? 150 a month for Sky? You're being robbed? You're being robbed? Then I've got the network, AEW, Triller, TNA. Oh my god, 150 on Sky. How is that? Are you paying for a TV as well or something? Because they do these kind of TVs, don't they, where you pay for it each month and you get the Sky and all that stuff. Jesus Christ. Whoa! Here he comes. So, he's getting into the ring. He looks fine. He looks fine. There's a dude in the crowd that's got a crowd manager t-shirt on. Goes over, fist bumps. Let's go. Terence Crawford is there. You were right. Terence Crawford. Fist bump to Terence Crawford. Crawford versus Madmarov on 3rd of August in LA, part of Riyadh season. Ooh. Oh. What are we doing on the 3rd of August? What are we doing? See, that advert's worked. What are we doing? Oh, it's SummerSlam. Well, I think we'll watch that instead, shall we? It's SummerSlam. Not watching Terence Crawford on the same day as SummerSlam. Right, crowd cheering away. Here we go, Cody in the ring. So, Omaha. What do you want to talk about? What you want to talk about, Omaha? Let's talk about Randy Orton. Let's. What a ledge. What a good friend. Got the distinction to call him a friend. Sky TV, broadband, phone, Sky Sports and movies all in one package. Sky is expensive. I saw the number of households with Sky in the UK has been dropping, with more watching Freeview, says Big Time. Omaha, where's Peyton Manning, said Daniel Caps. Don't know. Isn't he retired? Not interested in retired boomers. Not interested in old men. Crawford's still young and active. Imagine the guilt. Imagine my guilt watching this Bloodline put Randy Orton through that table. Yeah, it is his fault. Randy is family. Instead of talking, I want to look in this camera. Oh, so he doesn't want to talk about Randy. He wants to talk to the person responsible. He's talking to Solo. He's going to talk straight down the camera to Solo Sikoa. I look Solo in the eyes. And I told him, you're not ready. That was before WrestleMania 39. That's a good callback, actually. You cost me the very title I'm holding now. That's a good callback. Does that mean he's ready now? How does it feel to know that you are still not... He was about to say you're still not ready, but here comes A-Town down. A-Town down under making their way out. I like that callback. Is there new colourful diamonds in the belt? Oh, I didn't see any. I don't think so. I'll have a look. Oh, yeah, that's true. Because of you, Jacob attacked me last week. Yeah, so Cody is just pushing the narrative that there's a bit of a problem between Grayson and Austin. The reason my best mates, A-Town Clown. A-Town Clowns? The reason your friend got hurt last week is because of you. Boom, kick to the midsection. No talking here, look. Kicks. Cody is unloading on both of A-Town Down Under. Who's gonna help Cody? They're stomping away, kicking away. There's not gonna be a Randy, is there? Cody gets thrown out the ring. Is Grayson going to grab the title? That'd be pretty fun if he did. What? Crawford with a chair. Handing it over is like, I got you. I got you, mate. Crawford gives a chair to Cody. Boom! Across the back. Chucks the chair over at Austin Theory. Nice kick there by Cody. Theory goes down. Crawford handing Cody a steel chair. And Crawford's enjoying that. There we go. Crawford did it. Crawford is a G. Right, backstage. Here's Carmelo. So he's getting his like hair done. We saw this down in NXT before. Two hoopers, they're watching. And the people want to see who's going to miss first. Andrade, Carmelo up next. Is that commercial break? Oh, Monday. CM Punk. CM Punk returns. Raw Monday, what does the best in the world have to say? There we go, CM Punk on Monday. Do we need to watch someone get a haircut on a wrestling show? Yes. Adrenaline in my soul, something, something. Cody Rhodes says that's what she said. Is this him? That was him. He's gone now. Raw has got a better roster, said Tony. SummerSlam feels like a takeover, said Midwest. David said Carmelo versus Brutus the Barber Beefcake. Let's go. Dream match. Erase Your Mind said, bring the barber with you to the ring. Do you know, if this was like Golden Era, we would definitely put them two together. And like Brutus would be doing the hair with the shears, wouldn't he, backstage? It's an underwhelming beginning, says Davids. Trippy Gary said, we want live, we want live, we want live. Blue Shirt said, I really wish we had Mello in the bank. Lucas said, will Raw still have commercials on Netflix? Well, I think it depends which bracket you have. There is a level where you will still get commercials, but then there's a level where you won't. So it just depends which level you go for. I thought the barbershop had been done already, says LB. We had barbershop, didn't we, with Brutus? But the barbershop that Carmelo used to go to, you know, we had a few promos in the barbershop down in NXT. It looks like they're just trying to bring that to the main roster now. Instead, we're using the hairdresser backstage. I feel like that was, you know, where there's like a makeup department. There's like a place where you can obviously sort your hair, get your hair done. Looks like we're going to use that maybe as a place where he's going to do a few backstage promos. You can tell from the opening segment that this is missable and below average show coming up, said Kieran. Oh, I hope not, buds. I hope not. You might be right, but I hope not. There's a lot of excitement that we're building to SummerSlam. And there's got to be something on this show. Hasn't there? There's got to be something. What are we going to close with? What are we ending with? Do you know, I did wonder for a moment there if Jimmy was going to come down. It did flash into my brain. I thought, there's no Randy. Could someone come and help? And could that person be Jimmy? But it wasn't. It was Terence Crawford with a chair. We need the new women's mid-card belts. David said Monday, December 16th, Raw in Boston. That might be loaded. Might tape 2 Raws that night because of Christmas. Maybe. It's an interesting one, isn't it, actually, because the next week would be, what, the 23rd? You might struggle to get flights and stuff, might you? That's a hot... Would you, I don't know. I don't know if they would do the 23rd or if they would tape it. They're lovely people, these... If it was Vince, they would do it. Triple H, they might tape it. Definitely we'll get some returns at SummerSlam, said Oration Mind. Elizabeth said, in memory of Bill Paxton from the original movie Twister, we have Cal. Oh, hello. Here's Nick Aldis with Cody Rhodes. You need a tag partner. I don't need a partner. You've got till the end of the night to find a partner. Is it going to be Jimmy? Is it going to be Jimmy Uso? It'll be brilliant if it is, because that, to my knowledge, has not been spoiled anywhere. I like what Nick Aldis just said. He just said, like, you've got to get a partner. Like, I can't say to the board of directors why I allowed the WWE champion to go and have a handicap match tonight if you get seriously hurt this close to SummerSlam. Like, you totally can see where he's coming from. I thought that was a really good answer by Nick Aldis. Carmelo versus Andrade. Please turn Theory face, said Marvland. Please. It'll be Roman, said Scottish Nightmare. Why would Jimmy want to face Theory and Grayson? His focus should be on Solo. I think his focus will be on Solo, and I think by aligning with Cody, you're sort of sending a message. I'm back, and I'm standing shoulder to shoulder with Cody Rhodes. This is my friend now, and I'm back. So now all of a sudden, Cody's got a new ally in his bloodline battle. It'll be Kevin Owens, says Spartan. No mask? No mask. He does sometimes come out, doesn't he? Imagine if it's Ricky Starks, says James. Carmelo Andrade, this show just doesn't compare to Raw. Don't you like it? Don't like this match. I like this match. I like Andrade. I think he did a lot of good stuff down in NXT, and alright, he never transitioned to the main roster well, but there's so much potential there. Carmelo was big in NXT as well. I know that he's not got going yet, but this match could bang. This match could do well. I could see these two meshing well. I wouldn't hate this for, an Intercontinental. I wouldn't hate this for, like, a mid-card belt. Shoulder tackle, US title. You know, this could be Carmelo as US champ taking on Andrade at a PLE. Over the top, lands on his feet, against the ropes, round the houses, takes over Andrade, who flips over, lands on his feet. Carmelo rolls up Andrade. Andrade on his back as Carmelo tries to flip him over. Andrade charges. Nice double leg. Rolls through. They're both trying to get the advantage over each other, but neither can. Andrade against the ropes. Steps over. Nice. Into a pin, but Carmelo kicks out. One. Just a one. Lots of pin attempts, quick pin attempts. It's probably a bit too early in the match to be going for those. Forearms against the ropes goes Andrade as Carmelo comes in. Forearm strike. Andrade with a big boot. Love that. Love that. Big boot, but a lovely drop kick in reply by Carmelo. Andrade and Carmelo go onto that middle rope. Oh, Carmelo takes the legs away. Oh, beautiful. Fade away leg drop. Look at that. Boom. I mean, you could ask why did Andrade lean back in that moment? Why didn't he go the other way? If he'd have, like, pulled himself closer to the ropes, he would have got out the way of that. But it is what it is. So we are underway then with match number 1. This is Andrade against Carmelo. Who is going to partner Cody? Well, we could do... Oh, we can't really. I was going to say we could do that as a poll, but we need to do a poll. I think maybe after this match we'll try and do it as a poll. Because after this match we're going to have to get the match score, aren't we? Otherwise I'd ask who do you think's going to be the partner. Dr. Lucha Lala said my money is on Hornswoggle. Draco said, I like Andrade. It's just a shame that we never got a good push. And his biggest weakness is his promo. I enjoy the contrast in shows, says William. Jay said, I'm not sold on Mello yet. And Andrade needs a manager. God, couldn't agree more. Haley said, my theory, Jay shows up to tag with Cody. They did hold the tag titles together. Then Bloodline attacks during or after, which brings out Jimmy for the save. Well, that would be big, wouldn't it? Because not only do you get Jimmy's return, but you get a potential Usos reunion. I would think Jay, in that case, would probably just walk away and not want anything to do with Jimmy. But we would at least also get a moment with Jimmy and Jay in the ring. Could set up something quite big tonight, you know. I don't mind the old who's the mystery partner angle. We've seen it about 1 billion times before, and we'll see it 1 billion times in the future. But it's just one of those old wrestling tropes that works, isn't it? It's just one of those storylines that just works. People love mysteries. If Jimmy does come back, do you think he'll have a new theme? That's a good question. I hope so. I hated his theme before. So, yeah, hopefully. Cody will bring them together, says Haley. Marsh said, I always feel like Carmelo needs pyro for his entrance. Tony said, new Bloodline versus old Bloodline at War Games. Then Roman returns. That's what I want. Okay, we're going back to the action. Going back to the show. So we've got Carmelo in the ring. Andrade working on the arm. Or Carmelo working on the arm. Look at that. Springboards. Spanish Fly, but neither got the better of that. I don't really know the purpose of doing that. Shot to the midsection. So during the commercial break, there was a springboard Spanish Fly. Andrade. Yeah, oh, big clothesline there by Andrade. Carmelo goes down. Melo is going toe to toe, move for move with Andrade. I really, though, what I like about this match is you've got the kind of fast-paced, you know, springboard stuff that you would expect to see. But this is why I like Andrade, because peppered in there are those hard-hitting moments. And we've spoken a bit recently about that 5%. We spoke a bit about how you can do this amazing stuff, but when it's time to land that shot, land that clothesline, are you delivering it with, like, you know, enough oomph? you see a lot of the time, a lot of people that do this high flying stuff, they don't stick the landing very well. It's 5% off, 10% off. But like here, there's like drop kicks and punches and, you know, clotheslines that just really look good. Clothesline by Andrade, you know, flying forearm by Andrade, just looking good. It just looks good. Andrade going over to the corner. Carmelo down on the other side. Again, double knees. Drove that into Carmelo. Goes for the cover, and Carmelo gets his shoulder up. So Andrade really trying to connect with that. And the great thing as well is that you can start to then tell like the selling side of it. You know, you can start targeting. Still to come. We've got a little graphic in the corner that tells us what's still coming up. Boom, lovely. Down went Andrade. That was excellent by Carmelo, but a kick out by Andrade. We've got Andrade doing a little bit of selling at the moment. Look at that. Look how he drove Andrade's head into the mat with that move. Very good. Over in the corner goes Andrade. We've got a very small, slight, "This is awesome" chant just breaking. It's building. It's building. I don't know that it deserves "This is awesome," but perfectly acceptable, solid opening match. Back elbow there by Andrade as Carmelo goes down. Crowd cheering as Andrade is up and going for a moonsault. Oh, mate! Did you see? Did you see? Stuck the landing and then did a standing moonsault. Oh, brilliant. This guy can cook. This guy can go. This guy has got tricks. Andrade is so underappreciated. Give him a manager. Give him a mouthpiece. Here we go, trying to pick up Carmelo. Carmelo lands on his feet, gets round the back. Oh, lovely. Takes the legs away. Oh, big chop there by Andrade. Knee coming back by Carmelo. Carmelo going over the other side. Andrade. Ah, back elbow. Back elbow by Andrade. Oh, and a kick out by Carmelo. Smile on the face of Andrade as he thought he had put him away with that. Oh. Just doing a bit of this at the moment, aren't we, eh? A little bit of the old cooking. As Andrade is going up top. Carmelo down on his knees. Andrade up top, perched. Ooh, double knees. Looked a little off there by Carmelo. 1, 2. Ah, shoulder up. Only just, only just. Carmelo going over to the outsides. He's going to go up top. Andrade is feeling it. Oh, but moves out the way. Grabs Carmelo. Carmelo on his feet. Double underhook. Oh, beautiful. Lovely. That'll do it. 2, 3. It's a win. A big win. A good win. A credible win for Andrade. Lovely. 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 Great open. Love it. Please give him a manager. Please give him a mouthpiece. He's too good in the ring to just be flipping, sitting around backstage and catering. Brilliant. Let's get the scores, shall we? See what people thought. Perhaps people didn't enjoy it as much as I enjoyed it. We'll find out. Everyone is stepping up their game, says Corey, what with SummerSlam round the corner. So we got Wade Barrett, we got Corey Graves on commentary tonight, of course. There's an old man in the front row who I don't know that is enjoying himself, but It's lovely to see him. Okay, they're talking about Bayley and Nia Jax. Tyler said, if you was a wrestler, would your finisher be the end of days? Don't know. That is always... that's always a move that's bothered me. Imagine if Baron hit me at the end of days on me. That might be it. That might be my kryptonite. That might be what... I'm done then. There's just no more me. It is the end of days. I mean, like, honestly, if I was a wrestler, I really don't know. I know that I wouldn't be the most agile. I would not be the young OG. I know that much. So, I don't know. I'm not a powerhouse. I'm not a high flyer. I'm not a brawler. I'm not a hardcore wrestler. I'm not strong style. I don't think my style has been invented. Jobber. That's my style. Jobber. That's my style. I don't need to worry about having finishers. I never get to that part. I never get there. What was the Brooklyn Brawlers finisher? No idea. Right, Fanatics Fest. Days would use the boomer drop. Yeah, getting pinned. That's my finisher. Tapping out. Would you put Zelina back with Andrade or someone new? Well, I don't mind someone new, but I don't know who it would be. I wonder if Ava would be good as a manager. I mean, I don't know what's going on with her wrestling career, but she's doing like the GM stuff. The fact that she's The Rock's daughter is always going to get attention, isn't it? That is something that will always get eyes on her. That's The Rock's daughter, you know. Do you know she's The Rock's daughter? And her talking has got so much better now that she's doing it. Her confidence, you know, she's coming out, cutting live promos. She's mediating in the ring. She's doing backstage things. She's doing drafts. Like, I wonder if she is someone that could go on to be a manager. I don't know what the plans are for her. I thought they were working on her wrestling, and it was just nowhere near good enough. So they were like, well, I tell you what, let's use you as a GM, and behind the scenes, we'll keep working on your wrestling. But quite a bit of time has gone by now, and I don't know that that's what we're doing. I genuinely don't know what the plan is. WWE, of course, are interested in having her, because even if she's a GM, she's still The Rock's daughter. Plus, he's on the board, so I can't imagine that she's going anywhere anytime soon. So I don't know, do you go with Ava as, like, could she do that on the main roster? I wouldn't be down on that. I wouldn't be down on that. I don't know that it works as well as Zelina. What's great about Zelina is she's small. And that just works so well for a manager, because it makes her client look bigger. Because you've got little Zelina and then you've got Andrade kind of standing. Do you know what I mean? It always looks better when the manager is smaller than the wrestler, of course. It looks weird if the manager's taller than the wrestler. Like, that just looks strange. So, this is why I don't know how Ava and Andrade would look together. But this is why Zelina's just so perfect. She can talk, she's small. Ticks every box. They have William Regal for the NXT GM role, said Cleveland Brown. I think it's tight between Andrade and Aleister Black, says Harry. What do you mean? What do you mean? In regards to, like, who's better? Andrade and Carmelo are both very talented and underrated. It was a good match, said Carl. Ava can't wrestle or work on a mic. There's absolutely no chance, said Need to Nitro. Shao said, is Brock's daughter coming? I don't know, but it'd be good, wouldn't it? It would be good. Simulation said, was there a time when the manager was bigger than the wrestler? Oh, yeah. Many times. many times. I mean, you could even make the argument that, like, a couple of times with Heyman, but definitely with Bobby the Brain. You know, Bobby the Brain was a manager for, like, the Red Rooster. A lot of the times, you know, they'll take a wrestler that's got potential, but, you know, nowhere near there, and they'll put them with an established manager to build them up. So many times you'll see, like, wrestlers get put with big name managers to kind of get the credibility to rub off. So yeah, I mean, you can go back to the Heenan family. There was lots of people in there that were nowhere near as big or as over as Bobby. You can look at people that Heyman has managed. You can look at, like, even Percy Pringle when he was managing people, like, outside of WWE before he was Paul Bearer. He was bigger than a lot of the names that he was managing. Same with Jimmy Hart. So yeah, lots. It's quite normal, really, to take a young upcoming wrestler and put them with an established manager. Right, here's Nia and Bayley. You should address me as queen. I'll address you how I want to address you. Oh, you're the same Nia that took me out of my SummerSlam match in 2017? Clumsy. And you're reckless? Wow. You didn't hurt me because you're big and strong. You're clumsy and reckless. Wow. Shots fired. Right now, there's a lot of wrestling fans going, preach. Kairi Sane's backstage going, yep. I've got some bad news for you, Nia. Don't listen to these people. If you're telling me you've changed, well, believe me, I have too. So she's going in as champ. She's going to leave as champ. And there's not a damn thing you can do about it. Preach. Nia's getting all worked up and upset, and she's left. Bayley won the war of words with Nia. I like these graphics. Good, aren't they? Like at a festival. It's good. And they're moving graphics as well, but like in a slightly different way. Good. Haley says, do we think it's hard for them to bring Ava to do her own thing while the Bloodline story is so hot? It would be hard to have a big debut. Is it hard for them to bring Ava to do her own thing? What, to the main roster? Well, I don't think so. I mean, you know, Naomi is Jimmy's wife and she's been kept away from it all. And Nia's connected. She's been kept away. I mean, you probably wouldn't want it on the same brand. But no, I think you can do it. We've seen, like, as we said, those are a few examples of people that have been kept away. It's more to do with Ava and if she's ready. I don't think she's nowhere near ready to wrestle. But is she ready to be a manager? Would it even work? Right, we've got Bianca, we got Jade and Chelsea and Piper. How about you meet me in the ring tonight? Oh, okay. So we're getting a match. Is that now Bianca? Okay. All right, I'm down with this. I'm all right with this. Okay, that first match got great 69%. 69. Here's Bianca. Bianca's my girl, said a sign in the crowds. I don't know if that was Montez. I doubt it. Watch me shine now. Watch me shine now. I never needed kinky. I know. Look at you lot, eh? Dirty rascals. Look at you lot, eh? This community. Starting OnlyFans, hitting each other up in the chat, getting the numbers to get to 69. Makes me proud, to be honest. When I look at the community that we have very carefully cultivated, it does make me very proud. Days, it was actually physical height I was talking about in terms of managers being taller than wrestlers. Oh, okay, got you. I don't know, to be honest. I can't really think of one that springs to mind. It's an old kind of written rule, really, about the managers being smaller to make the wrestlers look bigger. Plus, if you go back to the 80s, you didn't really have smaller wrestlers. Like, a lot of the wrestlers in WWE in particular are all, like, you know, Vince hired. They were all big, tall, you know, flipping lumps of meat. So you didn't really have, like, smaller guys. So it would be a more modern thing. Pappy Crocs said Bianca's got one of the GOAT entrance themes. I love hers. Yes. David said unpopular opinion. Bianca is annoying and played out. David said Captain Lou was a bigger manager. Bigger than who? Bigger than who? I mean, he was maybe fatter, but I don't know that he was taller. Certainly fatter, but like height-wise, I think if you're small and fat, I mean, I can't say that Captain Lou was small, but he wasn't taller than. I'm trying to picture him with the Wild Samoans. Wild Samoans were taller, but then they had big afro hair, didn't they? That made them look bigger. Anyone here play SmackDown versus Raw 2007 back in the day? I hammered 2008. Loved 2008. Football Maniac said, need Roman to come back and take his belt back. I personally don't like Cody as champion. I was all for him finishing the story, but I just feel like Roman is a better champion. I just think it's the booking, to be honest. I think it's just the way that they're booked. I don't think there's a problem with Cody. It's just the creative's not quite there. Stuttering Steves says, hello all and hello to everyone. Asks how everyone is. So Stuttering Steves is saying hello. Mark Woods said, can someone explain faces and heels? Oh, yes. The chat will do that for you, no problem. Guys, explain to Mark what a face is and what a heel is, please. Thomas said, the Bloodline and the rest of the Rock's family is like the Royals. They are everywhere, but only have a reason to be seen. The Bloodline and the rest of the Rock's family are like the Royals. They are everywhere. And they only have a reason to be seen. I like the idea of comparing the royal family to the Bloodline. I feel like Prince Philip would have been our Jacob Fatu, but he's no longer with us now. Just a out of control, crazy man. We haven't really got that anymore. We lost that when we lost Prince Philip. Tama, Tonga, and Tongaloa. I'm guessing that's Harry and William. Who would be Solo then? It's got to be Charles, in it, because he's in charge. Got to be Charles. Charles is Solo. Tama, Tonga, Tongaloa is William and Harry. And I think Prince Philip would have been Jacob Fatu. Right, here we go then. Chelsea against Bianca. Slap there by Chelsea. This might not go too long, in all fairness. Bianca slapping Chelsea. Chelsea moving out the way. Oh, lovely enziguri kick there by Chelsea. Oh, she was going for the I think it was she calls it the unpretty her, doesn't she? Oh my God, look at that. German's massive German. Massive. Ooh, went for a backflip there. Couldn't land it. She's got her on her shoulders. Torture rack. Looking for the KOD. Couldn't get it. Roll up there by Chelsea. One. Oh, looks like she was grabbing the trunks. Reversed again. And this time she does get it. Just a really annoying little scrappy affair, really. Just a bit of a nothing match after all of that. No. Well, that didn't quite get to the heights of the first match, did it? Here's Jade's come in the ring. Piper's in the ring. Watch me shine. Watch me shine. I never. Oh, hello. Who's laughing? Who's this? Oh, Isla and Alba are on the screens. We have everything. I forgot they were tag champs. When it comes to your rematch, we'll see. All they could do is stand in the ring and go, okay, 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 okay. I wonder if that's a hard part of being a wrestler, is those moments where you know the commentators are talking about what's just happened and you've got to fill a bit of time. You've got to fill like 40 seconds. And all you can do is like, we've got this. Okay. Okay. We'll come for them. Okay. Okay. Yeah, we will. It's okay. Okay. We're coming for you. Okay. Okay. You okay? I'm okay. Are you okay? Are we okay? We're on the same page. We're okay because we're coming for them. Okay. We are. You and me, we're going to go after them. Okay. It's not normal conversation, is it? It's not normal conversation, but you have to do that because, like, you know that the commentators are like, well, this is building up to a big feud. They're going to face off in a few weeks' time. I'm sure of it. What's going to be in store? And all the time they're saying stuff. They're like, are you okay? I'm okay. Are you okay? Are they okay? We need to go after them. You know them over there on that screen. You know them. Did you see them? We need to go after them because we need to get their belts. They've got belts, right? The belts they've got, we need those belts. I want those belts there. I want those belts and you want those belts. So we need those belts. So if we're going to get those belts, we need to beat those girls. You can see those girls. I'm just going to check. Are you okay again? You're still okay. Well, I'm okay. She's okay. And they've got those belts and we need those belts. Oh. There are some weird little quirks in wrestling that you don't really pay like loads of attention to. But like if you do just kind of, I don't know, if you came in with fresh eyes and you looked at those kind of things, perhaps you would go, what the hell are they doing? Why don't they just get out the ring? God bless. I'm okay. Are you okay? Amy Jobson said, Days, wait a second. We haven't seen Bianca whip anyone with the hair in a while. What's up with that? Chelsea would be perfect for a whip down. Yeah, I don't know, to be honest. Perhaps they've sort of moved away from it because there was a few questions about whether it was legal or not. And also, there ain't no way that don't hurt. Right? I mean, whipping someone. If you, I've always found it a bit strange because, like, getting 10 lashes or something is like a punishment in some countries. Do you know what I mean? Like, being whipped is like it really hurts, and it's like a punishment. There is no way that does not hurt. There is no way you can do that and get the sound and all of that stuff without it. I mean, you are actually whipping them. And then you'll see them backstage take a picture and they've got all these marks on their bodies. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if at like a talent meeting, they're like, right, anyone got any points or questions? And like all the women go, yeah, we've got some. Yeah? Can we stop doing the whipping thing? Because it like actually hurts. And like, I'm worried about my long-term health. And they're like, oh, okay, yeah, good point, actually. You know this fake thing that we do and we try to make look real? Well, it turns out we're actually doing something that's really real and it really, really hurts. Can we not do that anymore? I've got to think that's been brought up at least once. I'd bring it up. If I went to a match and I was wrestling and someone went, right, and then we'll do the whipping bit, I'd be like, sorry, what? The what bit? The what? The what now? The whipping bit. Yeah, you know, the bit where you get whipped. What do you mean? You know, whip for real. So turning that down, I can understand. Right, SummerSlam, August 3rd. Undertaker one-man dead show. Countdown to SummerSlam. SummerSlam, and a post-show all on the same day. Why don't they put that Undertaker one-man dead show on the network? He must have so many stories that... Why not just do one episode on the network to give people a taste? And then his live show can be all different stories. He always says no two shows are the same, doesn't he? I'd like to see one of them. Right, here's Nick Aldis. Oh, contract signing. Contract signing, kids. Thomas said Jimmy and Jay are Harry and Wills because in both cases, one of them left the family. That's a good point, actually. That's a good point. Okay. 46, 25. 15% of people thought that last match was all time. I mean, there's just no helping some people. LA Knight, yeah! Here we go. Contract signing. So we are going to use this to go from hour 1 into what I like to call hour 2. And it's going to be a contract signing between LA Knights and Logan Paul. Days, as of right now, with matches announced, what's the excitement level? What for SummerSlam? What's announced? I'm so used to talking about what matches we're expecting and whatnot. I actually don't know what's official. I don't know what's speculation and what's official. Officially, we have got 4 matches. So, Damian Priest Gunther, Bayley Nia, Liv Rhea, Cody Solo. Cody Solo, I think we could have done better. Liv Rhea, very excited. Bayley Nia, we knew we were going to get that. Damian Gunther, yeah, I'm pretty excited for that. I would say right now 7, honestly. You could maybe chuck, like, I fully expect to be in the 8s by the time the show starts. I mean, by the time the show starts, it might be a 9. I don't think I can get to 10 because I do think that some of these matches could be... It's hard to get, like, crazy excited for Bayley Nia, but we could get a Tiffany cash in. And And Cody solo might not be the match we wanted, but we are likely to get Roman return. So Roman return's going to be huge in it. You know, once we start getting Drew, Punk on there, and we start fleshing it out a bit more, and then we get, like, closer, I think, you know, I'm going to be in the 8s, knocking on the door of a 9. But I think the reason it'll stop me getting a 10 is that main event, if it is the main event. Just feels like Cody's winning, doesn't it? It doesn't feel like Solo's winning that. Feel like Cody's winning it, and then Roman's going to return, and Solo's going to have a whole new problem on his hands, you know? No table. Here's Logan, by the way. No table in the ring for this contract signing. Little strange. Why would I give this hillbilly, Sons of Anarchy looking dude a shot at my US title? Larry the Lobster. I don't know who Larry the Lobster is. There's no reason for you to face me, and maybe you're right. Every time we've been face to face, I have owned and cooked you. Oh yeah, that was good. I gave you a map that showed you directions where you could stick each and every bottle of Prime. That was good. If you're holding that. If you're holding that, then you are the guy, you are the man. But maybe it's time for my shot, and I ask you for it, and you tell me no. So, breaking into his house, got him a qualifying match, which got him into the Money in the Bank match. But what I want is sitting on your shoulder. LA Knight wants that United States Championship. You need this. I don't need this match. Interesting that he went with the Sean, isn't it? Using real name, said James. Dropping his government name. So Logan says that LA is very good. You want my accolades, but you are not me. You have not had a single defining moment in the past 20 years. Jim Bro pretending to be The Rock. That wasn't bad. I just drank my prime and said my prayers, said AB. Oh my God, yeah. That's what it would be, wouldn't it, if he was the Hulk Hogan of today? Say your prayers and drink your prime. Your brother is willing to jump in the ring with Mike Tyson, but you haven't got the balls to jump in the ring with me. So he's trying to push every button he can here. Logan asks, do you want this match? So here we go. Logan signs the contract. I'll draw you a map where you can stick your dreams of becoming a champion in WWE. Oh, the contract was thrown by Logan to LA. Nick Aldis is in between these two, Logan and LA. Push in. Nick Aldis is like, no, we ain't doing this now, boys. We ain't doing this now. LA Knight, loud LA Knight chants. Loud LA Knight chants as Logan gets out the ring. Logan gets back in and drives LA Knight into the corner. LA Knight, though, gets the better. Starts unloading some shots. Nick Aldis tried to keep these two separated, but it's broken down as LA was going for the BFT. Couldn't get it. Couldn't get it. Nick Aldis on the outside is like, do you want this? Hands the United States Championship back. Oh, look at Logan getting into it with some fan. Sign says, we want Roman. What's happening there? There's some security guard what's happening if they drop something. They were pointing down here on the floor. Don't know what's happening. He's trying to. I think have the kids dropped something, a phone or something. Turn around, Wade. Oh, there's a lot of glum. There's a lot of pointing. There's something on the floor. Perhaps it's their friend who leaned over or something and fell over. Can you get our mom? She's just down here. She's had too much to drink. Right, Tiffany. Tonight's SmackDown will see Roman return, said Roman Reigns' umpire. Tonight's SmackDown will see Roman return. Aldis would beat both their asses. Yeah, I love Aldis. Aldis is the man. Video package at the moment on Tiffany Stratton. Tiffy time. The buff Barbie, said Joe. Spartan Major said, how's your day been? It's been all right, thank you. It's been all right. How long have we got left? We've still got 54 minutes. Will Aleister Black return? Don't know. Don't know what his contract status is with AEW. Is Aldis still injured? I don't believe so. I believe he can do whatever. He's just happy to be in WWE. To be honest, WWE seems to be looking to the future, doesn't it? It's looking at Braun, it's looking at Carmelo, it's looking at Austin Theory, Grayson Waller. It's already got, like, Cody, Roman, but you got Solo coming through, Jacob. I mean, it's just hard, isn't it? Feel like Aldis. Imagine if we did Aldis against Adam Pearce. I mean, I don't know that we would ever do that, but I think a lot of people would be down for that. It'd be very reminiscent of, say, Michael Cole against Jerry the King Lawler at WrestleMania. I wonder if we could get Adam Pearce to have one more, and Aldis could definitely go. Tiffy in the bank. It's Tiffy time! It's Tiffy time! She's taking on Michin, isn't she? Is this new music? Is this new music? I don't hate this. Bum, bum, bum. Tiffy time. Right, Nia is coming out with Tiffany. Tiffy versus... Michin. This is good too. Yeah, it is a new theme. Phantom67, cheers. Shout out to you, buds. Hope you're well. We're just admiring this new Tiffy theme, which actually, if this is Def Rebel, this is one of their better offerings. Dun, 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 dun. That's all right, man. It's all right. Okay. Can we just change all their other themes that they've done? Good. Good. But can you just change all the other ones? Right, we're up to speed with those. Where's the pink briefcase, said Alex. She should have a pink briefcase. You're absolutely right. I'm surprised she's not blinged out that briefcase yet, said Dr. Lucha Lala. King Yeti said it sounds a bit like the Uso theme. Max's Music said Tiff needs a pink briefcase. When is Roman returning, said Roman Reigns Empire. Well, I'm thinking SummerSlam. That's what I'm expecting. How can Def Rep be so good on some and shiz on others, says James. It's a real skill. It's a real skill. Kian, shout out to you. How was your day? Thank you for the birthday wishes. Funny how you responded. Yeah, happy 12th birthday, Kia. That is a big one. That is a flipping big one, mate. You can do so much stuff now. You're 12. You can start drinking and have a family. I'd say maximize it. You can start going into 18 movies. And, oh, man. It really is that age where I think a boy becomes a man. So, happy 12th birthday, buds. Are you doing Slammiversary watch along? No. My show said, Days, I've got 4 people for Cody. Brock, Kevin, Jimmy, Roman. Let's go. 12 is the new 21, says Tubro. It is true. I mean, I think because of the internet, the younger generation just matures so much quicker now. They're so much more aware of the world and educated that probably is, to be honest. Probably is. I'd have no qualms with serving a 12-year-old if I worked in a bar. No problems whatsoever. Oh, it's not legal. Listen, it's just a flipping, it's just a number in it. Here's a whiskey. Get it down, yeah. Tiffany's new music. You just made the freaking list, said AB Jobson. What, you don't like it? You don't like it? I thought it was all right. I thought it was all right. David said, please, Mitchell, don't insult me by calling me mature. I'm old. I'm one of the most immature people you will ever meet. Days is Cody's part. Oh, imagine that. Imagine that. Imagine if I was. Imagine the disappointment. Tommy Toy Travels said he's going to do Slammiversary. Let's go. Triple T. I know where I'll be. I'm 29 and I feel 92, said Dr. Lucha Lala. Matty, I said Dr. Disrespect agrees. Very good. What happened to Shinsuke Nakamura? Don't know, to be honest. I don't know. I mean, I feel like we stopped pushing him because I think the reason we started pushing him is because we wanted Okada to see that we're really good at looking after Japanese-speaking wrestlers. We know how to use them really well. It actually makes it even more frustrating that we booked Shinsuke so well, where he's like, I know your secret, I know your back's hurting you, and he did all these great promos. And then as soon as Okada decided he was going to AEW, we just were like, yeah, cool. Yeah, thanks, Shinsuke, bye. Here's Santos and Electro. What's with all the questions? If it was me versus you, it would have been a different story. Want to get in touch with me? Your mom's got my number. We got a your mom joke on SmackDown. Joke's on LA Knight, really, because Santos' mom's 92. I would imagine that Santos' mom right now is desperately looking through her phone. She's like, have I really? I don't remember that. But then I am getting forgetful, so let me have a look. LA Knight. Didn't he get called Sean earlier? Perhaps I saved him as Sean. I'll have a little look here. Eli Drake, could it be that? Here's Michin. Mom jokes, let's go. Yeah. Wrestling, we're back, baby. Wrestling's back. Wrestling is back. This is basically the Attitude Era. Michin in the ring. Who do you think Cody's partner's going to be? There's a lot of options. I would like for it to be Jimmy because that would be a moment. It could be Jay. It could be Jay. It could be Kevin. Kevin would be the disappointing option because it's just a bit obvious, isn't it, really? Kevin, be a bit like, yeah. Jimmy would be most exciting. Then it would be Jay, and then Kevin. So I'm expecting one of those. Hello, what's that? It's Michin. Doing a little booty pop. One. Just a one. It could be Danhausen, said Blue Chew. Isn't he still with AEW? She wants a timeout here, Tiffy. Tiffy wants a timeout. She's running away as Michin goes chasing after her. And she hides behind Nia. Boom. Shot coming in there by Tiffany. She's got Michin on her back. Alabama slam on the outsides. What time is it? Boom. There we go. Lovely. It's going to be Gold Dust. That'd be awesome, wouldn't it? That'd be awesome. If Brandy was to show up in the ring, I'd expect it to be to stop JC Jane from molesting that mask every week. Albright said Danhausen joins the Wyatt Six and makes it a dark comedy group. Dylan said, did you see the news that Motor City Machine Guns are pretty much done with WWE? I feel like WWE hasn't cared about tag wrestling. They haven't, and I don't think that's going to change, to be honest. I can't see it really changing. So I'm sure they'll come in and they'll get opportunity and a bit of spotlight, whatever, but I don't know. We've waited for that tag division to get going for a long time. It's going to take more than one team coming in, isn't it? Cody's tag team partner is Hardcore Holly, says Kim's Trains. Mitchell said the new frontrunner for Cody's partner is now Santos' mom. Edward said, I can't wait till September 26th when I turn 20. I'm becoming a boomer. You're not a boomer until you're over 21, mate. I don't make the rules. But I'm 21. And I like to joke that I'm a boomer, but I'm not quite there yet. Once you're 22 or older, that's it. You're just a child. You're basically still a baby at the age of 20. K-pop lover said it's going to be Shockmaster. James said tag division is like stop-start in WWE. I know. I wish it was flipping start and stay started. I'm your father said you've been 21 for 5 years. That's fake news. 5 years ago, I was 16. You know, when we were doing the Funhouse breakdowns, I was 16. Haley said, I believe Dustin's contract comes up in September, and officially, he is undecided on where to go. Yes. It's gonna be Hulk Hogan, who had a very well-received speech yesterday, didn't he? Even though that one woman tried to get away. Tried to leave. Which really tickled me. Watch Cody's partner be Sarah Schreiber, said Jadam. Let's go. So anyone giving money to you 5 years ago was giving money to a minor? No, because 16 is fine. You can have sex in the UK at the age of 16. True. Michin in the corner. Carl said, you're all a bunch of kids to me. Oh, Carl. That's a very get off my lawn type comment, isn't it? You bunch of kids. Making too much noise. Get off my lawn. I've got an image of Carl in his pants and in his vest coming out with like a broom. We're all outside in the garden having fun. Then this door just swings open and out comes Carl. In his vest and his pants with a broom going, Gah! You blooming kids! Backslide by Michin. Back elbow by Michin. Clothesline. Down goes Tiffany. Whilst peeking through the blind saying, yeah. Does that for the majority of the time, but just can't take it anymore. Doosh, door swings open. Ah, it's a good visual, isn't it? It's a cow farm, said Matty Ice. We've really fleshed this out, haven't we? 1, 2, Michin. No, just a 2. Shoulder up there by Tiffany. Tiffy time. Your audio was glitching. Is that the Wyatt 6? Yes. I'm being invaded by the Wyatt 6. A videotape's going to start playing in a second. Against the ropes. Oof. Hip attack there by Tiffany. She goes against the ropes. And oh, big stomp. 1, 2. Shoulder up. I think we all know Tiffany's winning this. But Michin is putting up quite the battle. Why would you want to team Cody with someone who is easy for fans to hate, says Elizabeth. Who are we talking about? Audio 100% days, said Matta. Thank you, Matta. Door swings open like the Wyatt 6. What, and the bright light comes out. That would be cool. And then all of a sudden it goes dark. Suddenly. I'm like, what's going on? Oh, hello, Nia Jax on the outside, getting involved like a cheeky monkey. Big shot coming in there by Tiffany. She's got Michin. Lovely. Rolling through. Rolling senton. She's going to go up. Prettiest moonsault. Prettiest moonsault. Oh, hello. She spotted someone. Who's this? Oh, it's Bayley. Bayley. Oh, Nia goes charging at Bayley. Oh, that didn't go very well. She sort of charged at her in a very, like, weird way. She sort of charged, like, more to the side of her. Boom! Bayley smacks Nia in the face with the briefcase. Oh, this is a... What? She's wrecking the briefcase? Oh, does this mean that we get a new one? She's wrecking the briefcase. She's dented it all. She opens it up. Is she going to stomp on it? Boom! She does! She wrecks the briefcase. That means that she's going to need a new one. Michin gets the win. Do you know what's really cool is I think a contract just fell out, which is good because it's nice to know that it is in there. But look at that. She's wrecked. Dented and wrecked that. I mean, she's going to be in so much trouble with Nick Aldis. Good luck explaining that to flipping Triple H. Sorry, Bayley, you did what? You did what? Oh, look at Tiffany. Gutted. But what are we going to do next year? It's all well and good trashing it so that Tiffany needs to get a new one. What about next year? Oh, in fairness, they've got loads on WWE Shop. It'll be fine. Thinking about it, it's fine. There's no problem at all. She could bin that now. It's not that much of a dub, really. Here's Solo. What's he saying? Who's going to be Cody's tag team partner? Who's going to step up and disrespect the tribal chief by teaming with Cody tonight? Jimmy. Jimbo Uso. If you're on Cody's side, that means you're against me. That means you're against the bloodline. And you're against the tribal chief. I am the tribal chief. And you will acknowledge me. Look at Jacob behind. Putting the Ula Fala over the neck of Solo Sikoa. Kaleo's going to show up, said K-Dub. Jimmy or Jay, said Death. Jimmy is back, said Jojo. Could be Kevin. Kevin, Jimmy, Jay. Those are my 3 front runners. Jimmy Uso, no yeet, said it's me. It's me. Tiffany said she wanted to change the briefcase to something more bedazzled. Yeah, I mean, I'm thinking pink and definitely sparkly. Yeah. She's gonna vajazzle a case, and it's gonna be all pink and sparkly in it. I doubt they would throw Hikuleo out there straight off the bat, says Brian. Brony said, I didn't think it was possible to have 0 aura until I saw Solo become the new tribal chief. Dr. Lucha Lala said, I'm loving the vibes back there. It's Mafia style, just like these streams. Dr. Lucha Lala, just like these streams. Football Shirts United said, imagine if Roman appears to team up with Cody. It would be huge, but I just don't know if that is too big of a moment for SmackDown. I feel like that's probs SummerSlam. So if we go down that road, I think it's more likely Jimmy, but anything can happen in WWE. Street Fighter Ingrid said, Street Fighter Alpha 3 Max has all your favourite characters. I wouldn't mind playing that. I've heard good stuff about the Alpha series. I've never played the Alpha series. So I could be tempted to give that a little go. Jimmy says, y'all gotta let me have a chance just like Jay. No yeet. It's a bit of a problem, really, because Jay's got the yeet stuff, which is super over, and the yeet lights and all that. What we gonna give Jimmy? What's he gonna have? No yeet ain't gonna work, is it, anymore? He's gonna need something else. What do we think of Orton KO plans for SummerSlam? Well, a lot of people are thinking Orton against Jacob, which I really wouldn't mind. Kevin, I think, might likely just get involved in the Cody match. I don't know there'll be anything for him. Maybe we do Tamara and Jacob versus Randy and Kevin. But I've seen a lot of people predicting that it'll be Randy and Jacob. Yeet sucks, says James. Jimmy has beats. Didn't Doug like beats? The character. I don't know what we call beets in the UK. You have beets, don't you, in America? What are beets? They're a vegetable, but what are they also known as? What are beets called in the UK? Beets. Called in UK. Beetroot. Beets are called beetroot in British English. Yeah, I don't really like beetroot, to be honest. I'm not a big fan of beetroot. You call them beets. We call it beetroot. Are beets and beetroot the same? Yeah. It's also known as red beet, table beet, garden beet, or just beet. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know we can build his gimmick around beetroot or beets. It's got to be one of the worst vegetables. I find its flavour so overpowering. If you put it in a salad, like you got a bit of pasta, maybe a bit of cheese, you got a bit of, you know, chicken in there. If you put beetroot in there, it's just everything gets marked red, doesn't it? The beetroot just marks everything. It just gets like colours everything, and the flavour gets everywhere, and it's like a mini invader. I can't handle that it dyes everything on the plate pink, said Nita Nitro. That's just bogging. Yeah, I agree. I'm not a fan. If I went round someone's house and they served it me, I can eat it, but I would never go out my way to select it or choose it. I saw both Street Fighter and Mortal Kombat movies in the 1999s, says Nathan. In the 99s, all of the 99s. 1999, 1899, 1799. Hello, Tag Team Championship, #1 contenders, gauntlet match. Why would you put beetroot in pasta, said Ian. It's an option. It is something that is part of a salad bar here in the UK. It's not something I would choose to do. But if you go to Harvester or Morrison's, or really anywhere that has a salad range, beetroot is an option. Wow, they're really building up this Crawford against Mad Madrimov match, which just happens to be the same night as SummerSlam. I prefer cranberry over beets, said Zoom Station. Wrestle with Andy said mystery partner is going to be Ahmed Johnson. Not beets. Oh, I could get with not beets. Right, here is Cody backstage. Has he got someone? Kevin? Nah. Will he get taken out? Kevin is gonna make his way down to the ring. He says, are you ready? I'll see you out there. So, Kevin, is he gonna get taken out? This feels like a decoy. So, Kevin has come out into the entranceway. I'm not buying it. I'm not buying it yet. Kevin Owens, says Jake. KO. There's the answer, says Lee. Well, I'm still not buying it. Kevin is in the ring. Oh, yeah, they are talking about his mom. How's this gonna play? Do they do the match and then bring Jimmy? I feel like they've spent all show teasing this mystery. I think for it to turn out to be Kevin is a very underwhelming reveal. I feel like there's gonna be a reveal at the end of this show. I don't think you build that up and then don't deliver anything. But he's not been attacked. So, Dr. Luchlight said Jimmy might come back when they're outnumbered. Yes. Something does not feel right here. And I feel like history tells us that if they're going to do a tease, I could see people being like, oh, stuck around for this. I thought it was Roman. I thought it was Jimmy. And then it's turned out to be Kevin. But then I think they swerve you again. Well, definitely feels like we're getting the match now. He's come down to the ring. He's not been attacked. But as you said, does he get like beaten down and all of that? And then we get Jimmy? I've not given up on Jimmy. I've not given up. But it does feel like this is the match now, doesn't it? He's not been took out yet. And Cody's come down. And they've got the graphic. Cody, Kevin, A-Town Down Under. That match coming up next. We got 25 minutes. Justin said, I wonder if people like Cody will have chronic ear problems from all the excessive pyro. Well, it probably doesn't help. Especially after Solo cut that promo, said Haley. We're going to get an Uso tonight when they jump them. Matt said, I love KO, but that was disappointing. Is Green Shirt Guy there? I don't believe so. Days, did you play Fatal Fury? No. I'm not very good. So when I was young, I had a Mega Drive and I had NBA Jam, Ren and Stimpy, Street Fighter, Sonic, a few games, probably no more than 10. But the game I played all the time was Premier Manager. Oh, loved it. Loved it. I put days into that. And that's just a game. It was on the Genesis, where you basically had a football team and you went to the transfer market and you tried to spend your money on getting better players. And then you'd play the games and you'd try to get promoted. You didn't actually play the games. It was all just like You pressed like go, and then it like simulated the match, and you got the result. And then like you're like, okay, how much money did I get from that? How did my players do? Is anyone injured? And so you managed a football team, a soccer team, right? I just loved it. I was addicted. I was absolutely addicted. A lot of people play Football Manager now on the PC. It's too in depth for me. It's too much. I mean, it's so big now. It's like another job. It would be like having another job. So, but like with that one, there wasn't as much to do, and so it was kind of quick and fun. So I just played that all the time. So I didn't have that many games. But the thing is, I think I've got a trauma from my youth, because I now look back and realize the amount of games I didn't play, and the amount of I've never played a Zelda. I've never completed a game from the Genesis era. I've never finished Sonic the Hedgehog. I don't even know if I've played Sonic 3. I've put a lot of time in Sonic 2, but I've never finished it. Never even come close. I've never played a Zelda. I've never really played an RPG, to be honest. So I kind of, now that you've got all these emulation options, I do go back going, oh, what game should I play, you know? I've never finished Mario 64. I've never finished GoldenEye. You know, I've played those games, love those games, never finished them. I need to get some games finished, to be honest. So yeah, playing stuff like Fatal Fury, was it? Streets of Rage. I have played Streets of Rage, but again, couple of levels, never finished it. The great thing about emulation is it's all just there for you, really. Now you could go back and play these games, and now my enemy is time. I just, when would I get a chance to do it? Every day I'm trying to get a reaction clip up. I'm trying to get an opinion video done. I like to get an unseen done. To then sit down and like play a video game is just not happening. So I don't know. But I would like to dig into some of that kind of retro gaming stuff. Do you know what game? It's not really a retro thing, but I suppose it could be. Persona. You know, the Persona games. I really, really want to put some time into those, because I just hear how amazing they are, about how great the stories are, and how you're kind of living as this person, and I think you go to school, and I think there's a murder, and I don't know, there's fighting that you have to do, and the reviews are just crazy for the Persona games. So I really want to have a go at a Persona game. So yeah, I'm interested in games. I just don't really have the time to explore that interest. Here's Theory and Grayson Waller. Do not play AEW Fight Forever. It's awful, said the distracted Spectrum. When Roman was champ, SmackDown was always the A show, and now that he's lost it, it's back to being a B show. No surprise there. Not my champion. We want Roman, says Brony. Days, you've got to finish your story. James said, I love GoldenEye. AB Jobson said, I've got 35,000 games. Ooh, look at you. Is that on an emulator, or do you mean physically? If it's physically, I am impressed. If it's on an emulator, then I'm guessing that you bought that on a card. Which is still an impressive number of games, isn't it? Can we talk about how CM Punk has helped Drew become the best he's ever been, says AB Jobson. Let's go. You start the conversation. Right, we've got Cody and Kevin in the ring. We've got 20 minutes to go. I played Double Dragon 1, 2, and 3, said Street Fighter Ingrid. Double Dragon. Yeah, I love... I've always loved computer games. I've just never been able to put time into them. But like, I don't have a PS5. I did have a PS4, but I think I've got about 2 games for it. I bought a Switch because I thought this will be the one. It wasn't the one. Although next year they're going to release the new Switch, and maybe I'll have a look at that. I don't know. If it's backwards compatible with Switch games, like the next Switch, that could be interesting. Because there's some brilliant stuff out on the Switch. So if it's backwards compatible, that would be a really good move. Chop coming in by Kevin. Oh, he knocks the prime bottle off the hydration station. And look at Grayson. Grayson gets out the ring and he puts it back. Crowd, that's a good way of getting heat in it. Grayson's not going to stand for that prime bottle being chucked on the floor and disrespected. So he's gone and he's picked it up and he's put it back on the hydration station. Cody over by the ropes. Clothesline there by Austin Theory. Tag being made. I mean, I would say we know where this is going to go, but I really thought that Michin was going to lose against Tiffany, and she didn't. So, you know, I feel like here it's going to be these two are going to have issues and maybe split apart. Do we get the A-Town Down Under split? Imagine we get them splitting, turning on each other, and Jimmy coming back. And so Grayson Waller in the ring with Cody Rhodes. I've put 160 hours into The Last of Us, said AB Jobs. Have you? That's amazing. That's amazing. I've put a lot of time into Fallout 3. I really love Fallout 3. I love that kind of scavenging and upgrading your weapons and, do you know what I mean? Trying to complete missions and whatever. I feel like there's probably a lot of games like that. Here's Kevin on the outside clothesline. SmackDown's getting a bit boring, said Obnoxious Beats. Yeah, I don't really disagree, to be honest. We thought the show would be okay. I mean, I enjoyed watching Bayley destroy the Money in the Bank briefcase, and I enjoyed Andrade Carmelo. Really outside of that. Cannonball there by Kevin. Do we get something at the end? SmackDown is making me want to watch AEW again, said Mitchell. AKF said 160 hours are rookie numbers. I've put 300 plus hours into Red Dead Redemption. Wow. I just feel like that's too long. If I'd spent 300 hours on a game, I'd want to be like, I'd want everything done. Twice. 3 times. 300 hours into a game. Boom. They are too big now, the games, I think. But then, you know, they cost a lot, don't they? 50 odd quid for a game. I mean, you want to get your money out of it, don't you? Let's commercial break. Ryan said, I used to be a fan of AEW, but it stinks now. Spartan Major said, people are overreacting like always. Charles said, what did you think about the hour-long match between MJF and Ospreay? I didn't see it, but so I cannot comment. K-Dub said, GTA is about 800 hours. It's easy to put 300 hours into EAFC. Yeah, that never really ends, though, does it? I don't think you can ever complete that. It's not like you win the Premiership and that's it. I think if you... I don't know, actually. If you play, like, the... There's probably, like, a campaign of some description where you've got to achieve set goals, but if you just did, like, career mode, does it just go forever? Terence Crawford helps again today, said Spartan Major. AB Jobson said, I deadass just drank that flavour of Prime. Was it good? What is your review? What is your taste review, please? GTA 5 came out years ago. I just keep randomly playing it, says K-Dub. Kenzie, hello. Hope you're well. Ion's Legacy said, will we see MJF in WWE in 2025? I don't think so. I think he's signed a long-term 3-year deal, hasn't he? 2 weeks in a row of poor SmackDown, said Brony. And we're on the road to SummerSlam. That's pretty disappointing. Yeah, I can't really argue. I can't really argue. I would love a face turn from Austin Theory, says Jimmy Uso. No yeet. Ion's Legacy said, who is your favorite classic TNA wrestler? Can't say AJ Styles, says Ion's Legacy. Well, as someone that didn't watch TNA, has never watched TNA, that is one for the chat. SmackDown has really lived up to its B-show title lately, said David. MJF has got a 5-year deal with AEW, said Distracted Spectrum. Oh, there we go. 2029. Trent says the career mode is the campaign. Imagine saying that you put 300 hours into my relationship and bragging about it, says Mitchell. Ugh. Imagine putting 300 hours into a relationship. Couldn't be me. Love them and leave them. That's what I do. Okay, right now we've got Grayson in control. Dallas Grimm said thousands of hours on Call of Duty, but that's because I worked on it. Did you? Thousands of... Did you really? That's really cool. That is really cool. That is it's still going as well, isn't it? I heard that the new games, like, if you download all the maps and everything, it's like 300 gig. Which is just insane, isn't it? Insane. I've never played a Call of Duty game, but I used to work in an entertainment store, and obviously they were like some of the biggest video game releases. We did like midnight openings and everything. Don't do that now, I don't think. I wonder if there'll be places that will open at midnight for like GTA 6 when that comes out. You'd think there would be. There are still game stores here in the UK. GameStop, I'm sure, would in America. But a lot of our game shops, they're inside sports shops now. And there's not as many that you see just out on the high street on their own. Maybe the odd little independent one here or there. They've got tonight's results on screen. That's quite nice. Andrade beat Carmelo. Michin beat Tiffany. Grayson throwing in some shots. This is the reason why I watch old episodes on Peacock, said Jimmy. WCW NWO on Nintendo 64. I beat that game, said Akim. Right now, we've got KO up in the corner. Grayson was up there with him, but he comes down. These two exchanging forearms. Looking for a big suplex. Up there, it would be a superplex, of course. He's trying for it. Grayson trying to go up. I feel like he might get it. Shot to the midsection there by Kevin, and again. They've been up there for a while. Austin Theory is having a few words with some people in the crowds. Another big forearm. These two exchanging blows back and forth. He seemed to be setting up for it for ages, so I thought he was going to get it, but now Kevin is getting the better. Waller, headbutt. Again, he's teetering. Boom, down he goes. Frog splash. No. Swanton by Kevin. And Cody on the outside trying to get the crowd fired up. Cody reaching out his hand. Kevin makes the tag. In comes Cody. Cody and Theory. We got 10 minutes left of the show. Oof. Down goes Theory. Cody back in the corner. Jumps over the top. Slam. So, hot tag has been made. Oh. We've got, what, 9 minutes? Still plenty of time. But what have they got coming up? We want Fatu, said AE West. Although I'm disappointed KO was the mystery person, I'm very glad his mom is doing better. Oh, definitely. That was great news. Haley said KO has hit that level where I love watching him as a face or a heel. He's so dang entertaining. LM Gaming said, Days, other than WWE, what other promotions do you watch? I don't. I don't. I mean, I've watched bits of New Japan, like whenever it comes around to Wrestle Kingdom, or little bits of the G1, but only just bits. I used to enjoy watching bits of NWA when they were doing Power. I watched AEW for, well, up until January of this year, so I watched 4 years of AEW, but I was done with that. And that's it, really. Back elbow by Theory. I think for me, there's just so much going on with WWE. I just don't struggle with like conversations. I mean, we've just gone through a massive Nightbird period, and obviously now we've got the whole Wyatt 6 stuff going on. We haven't even seen them make their debut. So I suppose it's a bit different for me. Because if I'm not doing watch-alongs, then I'm thinking of what videos we need to do as Cody hits a crossroads and gets the win. So that's ended quite early. I thought that was going to keep going for a little bit longer, to be honest, because, I mean, we got 7 minutes. Ah, right, here we go. Here we go. So the match has ended, and here comes Solo Sikoa and the Bloodline. It's going to be 3-on-2 because we've got Tonga Loa, Tama Tonga, and Solo. There's no sign of Jacob, which is good for Cody. That's good for Cody. That's good for Kevin. Bloodline making their way down to the ring. Cody launches through the ropes. Down go the Bloodline. In the ring, we've got Tonga Loa and Kevin Owens. Oh, look at that. Raking the eye. Pulling on the eye. Brutal. Solo goes face first into the commentary table. Well, at the moment, look, the 3 members of the Bloodline are actually struggling. They're struggling at the moment. So the match has ended. Right now, we've got the Bloodline that have come down after. Solo about to be driven into the commentary table. Here's Jacob. Here's Jacob. Oh, well, things have just gone really bad for Cody and Kevin. Horrifically bad for Cody and Kevin. Jacob stops Solo from getting driven into that commentary table. And he's backing up here. Charging over. Collides into Kevin. You want to disrespect my tribal chief? Jacob again. And again. Oh my God, it's just a murdering. And they're making Cody watch again. They're making him watch again. He had to watch last week as Randy was put through that commentary table. And this time he's having to watch as Kevin Owens is being taken out. They are taking all of Cody's friends away from him one by one. Boom! Flying headbutt by Jacob. Flying headbutt. Jacob gets out the ring after just absolutely destroying Kevin Owens. Right now they've got Cody. Looks like they're going to plant him through the table. Cody is being picked up. Looking for this triple power bomb. Cody this time goes through the table. Cody goes through the table. Kevin down. Cody down. Look at Kevin trying to claw his way back up. Kevin trying to fight on. Oh, chair around the throat. He's going to go in the ring post. Ah! Brutal, mate. Brutal. Yeah, love that from Corey. Oldest, send someone. Get some damn security. There's the Ula Fala. There is the... Look at the way he's looking at it. As Solo puts his hands out. And the Ula Fala is placed around the neck of Solo Sikoa as the crowds continue to boo. Bloodline throwing up the ones, acknowledging their tribal chief as the crowd chants, "We want Roman." Well, you can't have him. You can't have him because the show's come to an end. Sorry, boomers. Raw is winning. Yeah, do you know what? I am surprised. I am very surprised. I really thought that we was getting Jimmy. I really thought that they would not do a whole mystery thing of who's the mystery partner, and then it turned out to be Kevin Owens. And you go, oh, okay. And I was like, oh, okay, well, they'll do something after. And in all fairness, they did, but just not what I was expecting, to be honest. So Cody and Kevin against A-Town Down Under. A-Town Down. Let's get the poll up for that, shall we? I thought we would get a Theory face turn. No, just not that lucky. It was... I think there's stuff in this show. I don't think this is a disaster by any means. But I also think that this will be a show that people will not be that crazy about, to be honest. This is getting a bit boring, said Jay. That's been the most boring SmackDown of the decades. Oh, well, I mean, that must be one of the only SmackDowns you've seen then, because we've had way worse SmackDowns than that. Way worse SmackDowns. It's better than last week, said I Am Your Father. I'm giving it a 6. SmackDown felt rushed. Nita Nitro said last week was way worse. Mitchell said, no way we just got the same ending. No, it's not the same ending. Because we attacked Randy last week. This week there was no Randy. This week we were attacking Cody and Kevin. So it's not the same ending. It might have been the same sort of thing that they did, but it's to different people, so it's different, isn't it? It's fine. This was pretty bad, said Tony. At least it was better than last week, said Callum. Brock Lesnar will return, followed by Roman. I still think Jacob's been sent by Roman, says Eric. Draper is giving it a 0. David says end him. Anyone giving anything over a 4 is just a stan, says David. If you dare give that over a 4, you are a stan. I mean, I like the end. I like the beatdown at the end. I like them having Cody watch again as they destroy someone different. Because, you know, Randy dealt with, Kevin dealt with. All of a sudden now he's going to start running out of options of where to turn. Because he can't rely on them going forwards. So, you know, this is maybe forcing us closer to a Jimmy return or Jay coming over or Sammy or something interesting. So I don't mind that. It's pretty brutal. Jacob just continues to look amazing. I like Bailey with the briefcase, destroying that. It's not going to mean much, but should result in a new briefcase. Pink one. Vajazzled. And then I really liked Andrade Carmelo. Thought that was good. Logan LA Knight was okay. It was okay. Tiffany Michin. Right. Main event match. Right. I sort of feel like this was... It's got to be like 6 at best, I think. It's just... I think there's enough to stop it being a disaster. But not enough for us to get, like, crazy excited about it. So, yeah, it was definitely one that you watch and just move on from. Bianca Chelsea, I mean, there was nothing to that. Tiffany Michin, that just got a good score as well. Andrade, Carmelo, thank God for that match. I think this main event's not going to get a great score either. It's had 200 votes. Let's just have a look, see what it's come in as. I mean, obviously we need to run away. Cody is so boring, but he will retain his title at SummerSlam. 59, 17, 13, and 9. That means that this gets good 83%. That is not good for a main event. Because Tiffany Michin got good 95. Bianca Chelsea good 75. Main event got good 83. So that's 3 matches that get goods. 1 match getting great. So there we go. Right, I'm going to run away. Are you going to do spoilers before it airs, said Mr. Canuck. I'm going to try not to be honest. I'm going to try not to. I mean, I think if they do something big, that's going to be really disappointing. If they do some massive surprise after, that's going to be really, really disappointing. So I hope they don't do anything that special. Hopefully it's just going to be matches, and the matches are just going to be, you know, whatever. And then anything really exciting, hopefully they do that like backstage. So, yeah, I mean, I'm not going to be looking for spoilers, but unfortunately, I am also in a position where I don't think I can really avoid them, unfortunately. Right. Done. We are done. Appreciate the support. I'm going to run away and start working on Unseen, getting opinion videos together and all of that stuff. So appreciate the support, my friends. Don't forget, we are back tomorrow. We will be doing Jake Paul against Mike Perry. Looking forward to that. We've got a members stream on Sunday, of course, but we will be doing some Unseens over the weekend. And then, of course, we're back for Raw, which undoubtedly is the best WWE show at the moment. So we will be back for Raw on Monday. Have a great weekend doing whatever it is you're doing. And I will see you again next time. Thanks for watching. Bye for now.